Good to see you, everyone. My name is Robbie Howell. Guess what? It's actual play time. The biggest ever recorded actual play, I believe, with 4 fantastic players. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves, then we're going to go back through and introduce your characters, beginning with Xela.
I'm Xela. I have been playing Enclave about 3 months now, and I'm super excited for this mission.
Excellent. Next, Hrafn.
Yep, I'm Hrafn. I've been playing Enclave for a few months, and looking forward to it.
Excellent. Next.
Oh, me.
Yeah.
I'm Mal. I've been playing Enclave for an undetermined amount of time because I've been too busy playing Enclave to keep track. Yeah.
And lastly.
Hey, I'm Tomáš. Lately, I started actually keeping track of how long I have been playing Enclave, and it turns out it's almost 1 year now. So,
woo!
Yeah.
Woo!
Coming up on the big one. Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me. In that same order, tell us a little bit about your characters.
I'll be playing Liv. She is a wanderer. She is about 32 and has spent a lot of her adult life backpacking through the Manifold, teaching art, kind of in a Peace Corps style. And she is willing to break things and mess things up when it's called for.
Lovely. Next.
I'm playing Thag. Have to keep track of which character I'm playing now. I'm playing Thag, who is a librarian, but he is a Neanderthal caveman illiterate librarian, which is a really funky concept, but I love him very much.
Yes, as do I. Next.
I'm playing Stronger, a horribly tortured 17-year-old boy who's like 7 feet tall and absolutely loves everyone. He's a sweetheart.
Marvelous. And lastly.
Oh yeah, that's me. Sorry. So I'll be playing number 9, who has already been featured on a mission. He is an old man. Well, not so much man anymore. He is in fact a mummy. He is old, grumpy, has a soft spot for some people. So we're gonna see how he feels on this mission.
Perfect. And the focus words that you jerks gave me were as follows. 1. Unearthly Agents. 2. Alien geometries and the delightful things that live there. 3. Advent of Unlearning Legacies. And 4. Combustible Lemmings. So these are insanely loaded focus words. And because of that, this is going to be on the complex side for a mission premise. I'm going to go through it as fast as I can. Please bear with me. So, you are going to be sent to a place called Kadair Manor. Think of it as roughly Victorian tech level, give or take. Specifically, you're going to be going directly into a second-floor sitting room where the master of the house and his 3 daughters have all been brought by their doting staff because they have been afflicted with something awful. Well and truly awful. They've all been sick for a little while and been feverish and in some cases hallucinatory. But their heads from the top have started to open. You can, and past that, all that is visible is a bright red light. One staff member touched this and vanished. The Enclave, however, knows that there is something deeper afoot. You see, months ago, a different Enclave squad, a high-level Enclave squad, was sent on a mission to an esoteric realm to try to destroy the monstrous puppeteer that controls it, so to speak. But it turns out that this esoteric realm has connected itself to a number of different people's minds, including the Kadair family. As such, though they started in a completely different location with a completely different mission, this very high-level Enclave squad, now beaten and battered and beset and exhausted, has ended up in the minds of the 4 Kadair family members. Your goal is to enter the minds of the Kadairs to find and rescue the 3 Enclave agents trapped within. You can enter their minds by touching the place where their heads are splitting open. Your job is not to rescue them. though there is a non-zero chance that the Enclave squad inside, once they realize what is at play, will demand that happens. But even if so, that is not necessarily your job. What the Enclave says, actively counsels you against, is trying to complete the mission that the squad was sent into, namely to destroy the creature within. That is seems to be at the heart of all this. The Enclave does not believe that your squad is capable of doing so. The squad of 3 that were sent in consists of a level 7, 8, and 9, and they were not able to do it. So rescuing them will be a lot of work in and of itself. You need to move fast. Reason being is that the Enclave has determined that should any of the Kadirs die, whoever was in their part of the mindscape at that time is gone. These 4 people are feverish and hallucinatory. It's not known if they're going to be volatile and erratic. And frankly, something awful could happen at any moment. So even staying outside of the mindscape to make sure they don't bite it is actually something that could be considered, and you may want to. It seems to be that entering and exiting the mindscape is something that can be somewhat safely done. So don't feel like you have to be really, really stingy with going in. Like I said, one of the Kadir staff actually went in by accident, though what has happened to them is unknown. All that is known about the inside of this mindscape, you can expect it to be fittingly unreal and cerebral. It is populated, the only known things inside of it, so to speak, besides the squad, are one, the thing that they were trying to destroy. The only thing that is known about this thing is something that one of the Enclave squad members managed to get back to HQ before they lost contact, namely the phrase white gloves. That's all that is known. And 2, white gloves minions. The nature of these is also relatively unknown. You can expect them to be overtly hostile. Questions? Oh, actually, important thing I thought of. You are going to need to get the squad members out of the mindscape to ping them out. You cannot ping out in the mindscape.
Oh, okay.
But we are not encouraged to evacuate them?
Oh, you want to get them out of the mindscape for sure. Even if you have to haul them out, you should get them out.
Oh, so that's the mission goal, to get them out.
The mission goal, get out the Enclave squad members and evac them. You do not need to try to complete their previous mission, nor do you need to try to save the people who are afflicted.
I must have misheard, because I heard that what I heard is that we shouldn't be trying to evacuate them. So
pardon.
We need to get them out.
Yep, get them out, ping them off.
Okay. And we do not need to be bothered by the people that are afflicted then.
No, that is not your mission. That is definitely something that you can try to do, but the Enclave does not counsel you to prioritize it necessarily.
Yeah.
They do not actively counsel you against it. The only thing they actively counsel you against is trying to complete the original mission of the former Enclave squad, that is to defeat White Gloves.
Technical question.
Mm-hmm.
How much background knowledge about taking care of sick people can I give Liv with baseline intelligence?
You have your backstory of her being in like a Peace Corps type thing, so I would be...
She was Peace Corps, and she also was the oldest of like 6 and was put into a motherly role.
Mm-hmm. In that case, I would say you can have her be well above average, but I'm not going to let her be at like nursing student level.
So not nursing student level, but like a mom level.
Yep.
Is what I'm going for. Cool.
Other questions?
What happens when a thought form enters another person's thoughts?
Not known.
Cool.
Other questions?
No.
No, let's do this.
Hrafn, you have something? You look like you were thinking there.
No, it's fine.
Sick. All right. Hey, nice. Complex premise, but we don't have a ton of questions. That's fantastic. Okay. In that case, we're going to move to assembly. We are going to have, I feel like it is most appropriate in this particular case, for Thag to be there first, and to be joined not long thereafter by Liv. If the two of you wouldn't mind briefly describing, first Thag and then Liv, what you guys look like and maybe a little bit of what you were doing before you met up with each other. then we can take it away from there. Hrafn, go first.
Yeah. Thag looks like the stereotypical Neanderthal. He has short, broad, stocky, broad shoulders, large jaw, large brow ridge, big nose, red hair, scruffy looking hair and beard, and he wears furs and a wolf's head headdress.
Yeah, and what was he doing
And some
before
other
Liv
stuff.
enters?
Hmm?
What was he doing before Liv enters, if anything noteworthy?
Don't really, not really sure. I would assume he would just be, well, reading essentially.
Yep. And what does Liv look like?
Lives about 5'8", blonde hair, green eyes, very typically English looking.
Mm-hmm.
She is she carries a birch walking stick that's been reinforced by the Enclave,
Mhm.
but it's like also wrapped in like embroidery floss, and like friendship bracelets are hanging off of it. Like it's very crafty.
Yeah.
And she has her satchel, and she walks in, and she goes up to this is Thag.
This Thag, yeah.
So she sees him, and she goes up to him, and she says, "Hi, I'm Liv. What's your name?"
Thag. Just Thag.
Great to meet you.
There's a pause between them. I'm guessing that Thag does not break it. It does not seem his type of thing to break.
No.
What would Liv do? Because I would guess that she would probably feel awkward well before he does.
She'd start trying to make small talk and be like, "So you feel ready for this mission? Like, you prepared?"
I never prepare for missions. I just go with whatever works.
An interesting strategy.
It would be at this point. Oh yeah, pardon. Hrafn first.
I can never. I've learned to expect the unexpected, and for me, coming from my background, everything is unexpected. So I just go with it.
Chuckles awkwardly.
It would be at this point that Stronger would enter the room. Can you describe him for us?
Stronger is he has a shock of white hair. He's about 7 feet tall. You would say he has a youthful face, but there isn't an inch of him that isn't massively scarred, as if all the skin had been ripped off of him at some point. Part of his left cheek is missing, revealing his teeth, and he's wearing in an attempt to look fancy, because he now knows he's going to a Victorian era type place. He's wearing a deep V-neck, like very deep V-neck down to his navel, white shirt, and it's also backless. And then he's wearing these white parachute pants that have little patches on them that say things like, "We love you, big guy. You are stronger. You can do this," stuff like that. And he's got 2 friendship bracelets on his left arm. He is currently carrying a little doggy bed that's shaped like a throne, and there's this little bulitsu, part bulldog, part Shih Tzu, or basically bullshit. And he's carrying it, and it's about the size of his hand, and it's on the dog bed as he's walking in, and he sees Thrug, and
Thag
he
in
sees
this
Liv,
case.
and he sees Thag and Liv in this case, and he puts the doggy bed sort of under one of his massive arms, and then scoops both of them up and gives them a tight hug, and goes, "Stronger!"
Hello, Stronger. Grog told me about you. Nice to meet you finally.
He puts you down and looks at you and goes stronger and but his mouth moves more times than he says the word stronger. And if you read lips, you can tell it says, "No, we've met before. We've been on a mission before." But all that comes out is stronger.
I can assure you we have not met before, but you have met my cousin Grog.
Oh,
You
stronger.
would probably recognize him. He's the one with the wolf head. This is cousin Grog. I point to the wolf head, by the way.
Yeah, he points to that as soon as you say you met him before, and he points to your panoply, I think it's called. That is your brother's head.
My cousin, yeah.
Your cousin's head. And he goes over to the craft table and puts down the doggy bed and throne, and Arth, his little dog, runs off to eat some green cheese and bagels.
Any responses from Liv?
Liv is very pleased to see Stronger and goes, Stronger!
Yeah.
And she knows that if she hugs him fully, she'll get burned. So she puts her hands on his arms and leans in.
Yeah, on his back is these words that seem to be constantly burning themselves in, so there's a little bit of steam coming off his back that say hold on, I gotta find it first. Long and stupid, and I make long lore. It says, "See the indignations I afford, the sublime strength of my works, and weep at the weakness of the realized."
And as the group of you are convening, number 9 would clatter into the room as well.
Yeah. Hello, everyone, he says as he comes in, waving his skeletal hand, making clanking sounds as it does.
Stronger futilely tries to duck behind Liv, but still sticks out an arm and waves back. Stronger.
I have met Stronger before, though. Number 9 has met Stronger.
Yes, you have.
Oh, right, I have. Yeah, that's the reason.
What does number 9 look like?
He's a mummified person, so he's mostly skeletal, has still some loose skin on him, some wraps and such, but mostly skeletal. He's also wearing a leather metal jacket, because he apparently became a fan of metal on his first mission, and he also has oversized shoulder pads, very typical high fantasy stuff. And he also has a sword, of course, because he's a Dane, and that sword is gained as a Nodachi.
Awesome. Any other responses to number 9 entering the room from Thag and then from Liv?
Number 9, I presume. My cousin Grug told me about you.
Oh, you mean the dog man?
The dog man, yes.
Ah, then
This
nice
one.
to meet you.
I point to the wolf, by the way. Again.
Is he gonna be fine? Doesn't look very fine to me.
Oh, he's fine. He's just taking a break.
Oh yeah, I could use one too, but gonna make some money. He comes over and shakes Doug's hand.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Liv. Stronger.
Liv says, we gotta be a little more careful with that healing potion of yours this time.
Stronger.
I have no idea what you're talking about. It's entirely safe. Hey, what do you think kept my bones working this entire time?
Stronger.
Hey, Stronger, you're gonna be fine, boy, he says.
Any final actions from the group before the attendant enters? In that case, an anonymous Enclave attendant would enter the room and wordlessly beckon for the group of you to follow out into Enclave HQ. Final actions before proceeding to teleportation.
Stronger reaches into his pants and takes out a really, really large metal cricket bat.
So as much as number 9 hates like talking in general, I think this time he would be trying to make small talk with Stronger as they're walking to the telepad because he kind of feels like he owes him that.
Sure. Yeah.
Just being nice to him.
Any other notes from Liv or Thag?
Walking, kind of taking it in.
Yeah, let's just go. Let's just go.
And through Enclave HQ, the group of you go. Its infinite, maze-like corridors and soaring archways and cathedral vaulted ceilings, as though you are passing through gigantic, like, train station-sized buildings one moment and then the next, tight claustrophobic corridors, passing by colorful agents and colorless attendants, until you reach the teleportation chamber, small and dim, with its gleaming pads and its rounded corners. And you hear the familiar disembodied voice. Agents, please take your places atop the telepads. Final actions before we port out.
Stronger strikes a pose, lifting his sword up to the sky, lifting his cricket bat up to the sky like Luke Skywalker on that poster, because he just watched that with Pseudo.
Other final notes.
I think number 9 is going to give him like an awkward, encouraging thumbs up. Like, there. We're doing good.
He nods at you, thankful.
Liv and
It's a
Thag.
small chuckle.
Pardon? Liv again?
Liv chuckles.
And Thag, final notes.
Not really. I just go stand in the teleporter.
And the group of you teleport out, your bodies dissociating one piece at a time until it hits your eyes. And your vision explodes, reforming to a cozy, warm room. It's night outside. There's a gently blazing fire in the fireplace. There's candles lit all around. But though it is warm and comfortable and pleasant smelling and beautifully decorated, the room is filled with tension. You can see on a set of easy chairs and love seats, there are a set of people laid out. There is one man on the older side, mostly silvered, and there are 3 girls, seemingly between the ages of 5 and 12. All of them are pale and feverish. Their eyes are closed, and each of them has a great horrid crack running from right here on their forehead all the way to the back of their head. And it is as though their head is starting to peel open. They're still breathing. Their brows are still moving slightly in their sleep, but it's as though each side of the head was just slightly copy-pasted, a little lopsided to the other. Around them are a group of people, all of them women. You can see that the women in the room are in various states of dress between nightgowns, though some of are in their actual uniforms. They all seem to be staff, and they all seem to be everywhere between tense and hysterical. 2 younger women in the corner hold each other, trembling and sobbing into each other's arms. Another pair of older women are quickly moving between the sick individuals and are trying gently to dab at their faces with cool compresses, but don't dare get close enough to touch the gaps. Besides that, though, the room is silent, though as you teleport in, you hear a panicked squeak from the 2 over in the corner who are in hysterics, causing eyes to turn over towards you. Immediate actions upon teleporting in. We will begin with Liv.
Liv would immediately go over and to the women dabbing the cool compresses and try to get a feel for how hot the fever is.
Sure. Putting her hand on one of the girl's cheeks, it almost feels like touching Stronger's back. These are soaring fevers, extremely dangerous fevers. Other immediate actions after doing so from her.
She's gonna turn to the person who looks like they have the most authority.
You can see that there is a night-gowned woman with her hair in rollers, but with a ramrod straight back and a hawk-like stare, who looks at the group of you. Her expression hasn't changed, even though she is so still that you can see that water is dribbling out of the pitcher in her hand, and she doesn't notice.
Okay, Liv's gonna walk over to her and be like, "Hi, I'm Liv. Can we chat for a moment?"
Who are you?
We're from the Enclave. We're here to help the people trapped in their minds.
Trapped? What? I don't understand.
It's not important. We need them to stay alive for us to complete our mission. Can I help you?
You can help me keep them alive.
I know a little.
As you are saying this, immediate actions from Thag, and then Stronger.
Thag is just taking in the situation for the moment, but he is very deep in thought and is considering what might, if he knows, has any knowledge that might help.
Absolutely.
And
Well,
I'm going to reach into my effigy bag, my reskin book bag, and pull out a story effigy, aka book for non-reading people, about dream walking.
Excellent. And given Thag's dramatically different librarian background, this is absolutely the sort of book that he can pluck, even if most other librarians, I would never let them do so.
Yes, thank you.
Upon removing it, is he going to immediately start to read or absorb the knowledge, or does he have other actions he'd like to pursue before or at the same time?
No, I'll just focus on reading for now.
Absolutely. And as you begin to take in the information, Stronger, actions from you.
Stronger immediately goes over to the lady that Liv is going over to, crouches down, and very gently, puts his finger underneath the bottom of the pitcher and, tilts it up so it stops pouring.
The woman just locks her eyes on you as you approach, clearly scared, but as you tilt it up, she looks down and, steps backwards and says, "Oh, pardon me, thank you.
Stronger. And he, meekly waves at them, then taps his forehead and points towards the little girl, the 5-year-old looking one.
Yeah.
And then starts walking off towards her.
And as
and
you
kneels
do
down
so,
in front of the 5-year-old girl.
The woman with the pitcher calls after him, "What? Where are you going? That's Shelvisa. She's very sick. Please be gentle."
Stronger kneels down in front of the girl, and very gently and very sweetly puts his hand on her cheek.
Her fever is bright and flashing. The little girl, all of the family you can see, or the girls that is, they have very sweet faces in the midst of their fever. They also all have pretty substantial manes of dreadlocked dark hair. A little different, quite different from any of their staff members. It's clear that they are of a very different ethnicity than any of the other people here. But also, more clear than that, it just shows how well taken care of they have been, that despite this horrible fever, they don't look like skeletons, so to speak. Number 9.
He lets the heat from them just kind of absorb into his hand, which normally would hurt another person, but after a while, but he keeps it there, and he looks solemnly at Liv.
Responses from Liv.
Liv nods and says, "I have an idea, Stronger."
Before we go further with that, number 9, actions from you.
So as all 3 of us have gone somewhere, number 9, I think we'll just address everyone at once, since someone went there and such. Yep. So he's just gonna stand there in the center of the room. He's just gonna say, "Do not worry, we are here to fix all the issues that you may be having. We are here to help. You can count on us," says, looking around.
And as you do so, you hear a squeak of terror from the 2 over in the corner. But as you do so, you can also hear a polite throat clearing noise. Can see that there is nearby a kind of middle-aged looking woman, stronger built, larger shoulders. And you can see that she's carrying a prominent key ring and also has a big stack of towels on her shoulder. And she, looking at number 9, but kind of addressing the room, says, I'm terribly sorry for asking what might be a silly question, but how on earth did you get in without my noticing? The doors are locked.
Oh, that's easy enough. We just teleported in. Don't worry about it. Happens all the time.
And as you do so, she says, I'll be out of a job then. As she strides through the room and sets down the towels on like a center coffee table, before turning to number 9 and saying somewhat hesitantly, would you like something to drink?
Oh yeah, sure. Why not?
She looks about the room and says, anyone else?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Stronger raises his hand.
Good. I'll be right back then. It is best to keep a sense of normalcy in times of crisis.
Of course.
She briskly leaves the room, taking up a whole armful of spent linens as she does so and getting a bunch of empty pitchers. As she marches off, number 9, follow-up.
Who would be the closest to me from my team?
From your team, the one you are closest to is Thag.
So he just kind of like awkwardly comes closer and says, so what do we do anyways?
Thag, who is currently absorbing information, is able to multitask and talk.
I'm trying to see if I can find out what to do next.
No, I'm doing the same, but I'm afraid I'm not doing a very good job at it.
To your mind, it just looks like he's staring at a brightly colored rock with beads on it.
Is that gonna help? Did you get out of the museum as well? This looks...
I'm trying to focus here.
Sure, I'll make sure no one disturbs you then. He stands there and looks around to Stronger Enclave if anyone has some sort of a plan.
Liv.
See...
Oh yeah, Stronger first, then Liv.
Oh, okay. You see Stronger lift the... delicately lift the hand and wrist of the little girl, and with the same arm he has the 2 friendship bracelets on, and the one friendship bracelet that says BFF on it, he slides off of his hand and onto her wrist.
Can you give context as to these friendship bracelets?
They were given to him by Liv.
Waypoints.
Marvelous. Yeah. And Liv, actions from you.
Is going to talk to the woman in charge.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say, can you get, you said there are 4 people in total? 3 daughters and the man?
Yeah, there's 3 daughters and their father.
She's like, can you get 4 bathing tubs and fill them with cold water and ice? And bring them in here?
She considers for a moment and she says, yes, I believe I can do so. She calls over to the corner. Mise, Yavi, enough of that. Come, I need your help, girls. And the 2 hop to their feet, like literally just brushing away their tears and like go into work mode and immediately troop out of the room. As you do so, the woman says, you too, Zaji. And you hear a fluttering behind a curtain as a woman goes sidling out, trying not to be seen before scampering out of the room. This leaves the group of you alone in the room. The last thing that the woman says before she leaves to go fetch the basins is, I can only help but trust you in these times of crisis. Do not let me down. Do not betray my trust, any of you.
Stronger looks at her, and with the spirit that he has, is he able to convey just with his face that he is going to do absolutely everything he can to save them?
Spirit stat?
I believe that is 1 or 2. Hold on. Oh, it's 2.
Yeah. What is his expression?
Well, it looks a lot like the picture I gave, almost always, but I think his eyes are what really sell it, which is the dull blue eyes. Behind them, you can kind of see a massive amount of determination, which might actually just be from his free will, and understanding of the position that she's in.
The woman turns on her heel and strides from the room after her staff. Liv, follow-ups.
Liv is gonna go keep using cold compresses while waiting for the basins.
Mm-hmm.
So she's gonna go over and she's gonna show Stronger how to do it because the other two seem like they're in the middle of something.
Number 9
so
wouldn't. Number 9 looks like he is standing guard.
She's gonna talk to number 9 and say, "Number 9, here, help keep their fever down until we get them in an ice bath, and then we'll deal with getting in there."
Sure, I suppose I can do that. He takes the rock I assume he was given, and just kind of goes there and tries to keep the fever down.
Yeah, his dusty hand trying its very best.
Exactly. Would be kind of awkward, I imagine, to hold onto it with any proper sense of touch. So he's probably just kind of smacking the person in the face, maybe a little bit, just kind of
It's not really the most delicate operation. No. Now, because of that, actually, before I get to that, Stronger, I think I heard Liv say she was prompting you to do the same. Please correct me if I'm wrong on that.
No, that was correct.
What would Stronger do?
Stronger does exactly as she instructs him to do. She probably guides his hands at first, but he does exactly as she instructed, and will dab at their neck and up their heads with the wet cloth, and then lay his hand on the the side of their face to try to absorb a little bit of more of the heat from them, as he continues doing as exactly as instructed.
Yep. And Liv, actions from you after delegating those two.
She goes to help, and she thinks about
If you need a moment, I can cut back to you.
Yeah, can you cut back to me?
Sure. The last thing I will note from you three is that, very disturbingly, kind of like watching the minute hand on a clock, you can see that since you have arrived, the chasm has gotten larger on all of them, to the point where their eyes are starting to slope slightly on their faces.
Hey guys, maybe we should go inside now, and I can check. We may not have that much time.
Stronger immediately puts his hand into the head of the 5-year-old that he's next to.
Before we go further with that, right before that action takes place, Thag, you have absorbed a substantial amount of information from the effigy. Let's go through some of what you are trying to get out of it. Give me some topics more generally, or specific questions that you have that you're hoping that this book would answer.
How to get into this mindscape would be rather self-explanatory.
Yep, that one the Enclave has
much.
already given you context for.
Yeah, we know that much.
Mm-hmm.
How to get out of them.
Yep.
That's one thing that I will be trying to find out.
Yeah.
Other part is when with several mindscapes in close proximity to each other, is it possible to shift between them without leaving, without going back to the real world, so to speak?
Yep.
And if so, how?
Absolutely. So the effigy that you're drawing from is coming from your people's traditional practices in large part. However, even among those traditional practices, there are a couple things that are relevant here. For one, a dreaming state it will usually come from within. Like you fall asleep, you enter your own dream. But even in your people's local tradition, it can be inflicted from without. And when something beyond the dreamer is imposing a dream, which this could easily be characterized as being, then if it is also imposing that same state on other people, they can be traveled between. And as such, it is likely that you will be able to move between the sleeping dreamscapes. Now, how to get out is another matter. That is not something that this effigy necessarily answers, beyond the idea that, just wake up is not always going to be the easy solution here. But given that you know for a fact that the one person who has entered thus far, they've vanished, that would indicate it's not just falling asleep, which would also indicate you can get out without having to just wake up. So it may be a more literal escape.
Yep.
Other questions that you have based on this effigy, or are you feeling confident with this?
With invasive dreams, anything more I can glean out of, like, common threats?
Yeah, so...
Like, what are we likely to come across if this is indeed a parasitic dream, so to speak?
From what you, again, from this effigy, invasive dreams are typically going to bastardize what is going on in the mind of the sleeper. And so because of that, it is likely to be a perversion of stuff that might have occurred naturally in their own dreams. So you are likely to face a distortion of their own normal sleeping reality. With that information, anything you would like to do from here?
Nope. I will replace the effigy in my effigy bag and prepare to enter any
as
of the...
you are placing the effigy back in the effigy bag, this is when Stronger would touch the chasm. He touches the little girl's head, split down the middle with that great red light emitting, and immediately you would all see that Stronger's body vanishes. But not just vanishes. It is as though all of him glowed brightly, as though it were under an infrared camera. And rather than like being slurped in or anything like that, it's almost like it just kind of evaporated on the spot. The whole thing happens very, very fast. But Liv, who is rather close to him, would feel a sudden rush of heat as he vanishes in this way. But there is nothing left behind of him. Immediate follow-ups from the other three after Stronger vanishes.
Well, that's inconvenient.
Well, I think it's time I go as well. But it's not I'm gonna save someone with a old drug. Hey, Lev, why don't you have this? And he hands over the nostrum, which he has, which is skin as embalming oils.
Mm-hmm.
If something bad happens, perhaps this can help, though. Use it your own, Yeah. Not always the safest. He hands it over.
It takes it and says, "Let me keep an eye out here for now and make sure they don't die so you all don't disappear."
Sure, it's okay. I'll just fight an eldritch horror inside on my own. I've done it before, he says. He goes towards, I don't know, who would be the... I'll look at the people that are injured and kind of...
I would assume, Miss number 9, I would assume the best course of action would be to enter the same way that Stronger did. Otherwise, we might end up separated.
Well, yes, but also perhaps it leads to different places. We do not know that. And maybe we should be going as fast as possible.
Maybe, but
no, you're right. Let me go with the plan.
I would advise against splitting up until we're actually in the dreamscape. We
No,
don't know what it
you,
looks like
yeah,
yet.
you are right. I'm not leaving him behind. He says immediately, like perks up and like goes towards the young kid.
Yep. Yeah. Are you going to be touching the chasm?
Yeah, absolutely. Just like reaches into the dream space thing.
And as you do so, number 9 also goes bright infrared and then evaporates away with a rush of heat. Thag.
No hesitation, I'm going in.
And likewise, you touch. Liv. 1, 2, 3. You are now alone in the room with the four afflicted. What do you want to do?
fast are they getting worse?
Judging by how large the clefts were when you got, like, as per when you got here, and then there's also a clock on the mantle, so you can actually check how many minutes have transpired. You've only been here for 5 minutes, and the cracks have tripled in size.
Does Liv have enough nostrum to use it on all 4 of them?
No.
That's concerning.
I'll give you a moment to think. There's going to
Yes,
be some other
please.
stuff. Stronger. You feel an awful sensation, like you had just been thrown into a furnace. But the sensation leaves as quickly as it arrived, and you find yourself at the base of a beautiful flowered hill. It's not a big hill, and it's flanked on either side by trees, and you can see that behind you, after a moment of, like, getting your bearings, behind you is a solid mass of brilliant orange red, the same color as the cleft that you touched. It's right behind you and just forms like a sheer wall on one side. The sky above is also this same color, but the meadow of the hill laying out before you is beautiful and pleasant, though you notice, after a moment of blinking, that each tiny flower is on fire, very slightly, like a candle tip, and none of them burn down. You can see that at the top of the hill there is a beautiful little cottage house, colored brightly, well maintained, and the meadow sweeps down from it like a red carpet. Immediate actions from Stronger.
He makes his way to the cottage.
Absolutely. As he starts to climb up the hill, he would not hear, but he would feel a sudden rush of heat from behind him, and he would hear a clanking as number 9 comes, like, stumbling into place with his sword, like, clattering against some of the stones at the bottom of the hill.
He waves back at number 9. Question. Would Stilamir's... He's a thought form that comes out of a scorned goddess of imagination. Does going into the dreams of someone else supersede that goddess's current effects on him, specifically his inability to say anything but his name?
That is something I was very curious to hear your thoughts on. Because my inclination would be, yes, Stronger would probably look different and be able to speak. But if you think otherwise, I am completely open to that interpretation.
I think he's like flickering between what looks like a not 7 foot tall person, but looks like a much younger child with dark brown hair. And as he's like waving, he's smiling and flickering between those two sizes and healthiness. And he waves at number 9, and you hear Stronger, and at the same time you hear, "Hi, number 9."
Yes. Hey there, Stronger. You're looking different.
What? Stronger.
Hey, why don't you wait for me, boy? And immediately, number 9 like tries to sprint forward so that Stronger isn't alone, but like soon after he kind of like gives up on sprinting and starts like jogging and stuff.
Yep.
As you get closer, he just seems more like Stronger now.
Yep. As you are going up the hill, you feel another great flash of heat, and Stronger, looking down, is actually able to see Thag arrive, stepping through the sheer wall of strange red-orange energy.
Thag sees the same thing.
Yep. Thag, upon arrival, immediate actions from you.
Just looking around. I'm going to assume, given my background, this isn't the first time I visited a dreamscape.
I'm perfectly happy with Thag having had experience with dream walking before, though this would be different because I would presume at that point he would have actually been falling asleep and dreaming rather than being transported bodily.
Yeah.
And
there's
because
going
of that,
to be differences.
There would be. And one of the big ones is obviously when you're dreaming, physics feels different, right? But Thag actually feels very grounded. He is walking up a hill. He can feel the grass. Though the flowers are on fire, he can feel the warmth off the candles, but he doesn't feel burns from them. So there are some exceptions, but gravity works as gravity does, and as do other laws of physics, more consistently than when he has experienced dreaming in the past.
Okay, this is different. A lot more real. I can work with this.
Hi, Stronger. And
Oh, hello there.
as you get closer and he reaches out your hand, if you grab his hand, you find that he's instead it looks like a 13-year-old, maybe 14-year-old boy. He seems in fine health, with dark brown, slightly curly hair. And very vibrant blue eyes.
Ah.
Hi. And now a comically oversized cricket bat in his other hand.
And as the group, the three of you now have reconvened. You're about a third of the way up the small hill. The candle meadow is all about you. Though I should note, now that you are together on the hill, you do feel that though, gravity is as gravity is, the ground is moving and shifting ever so slightly, as though you were standing on a giant but relatively stable waterbed. Immediate actions from the three of you from this point.
Does it seem like there's going to be more space beyond, or is it like, since this is like some sort of dreamscape thing, is it just like confined to like a small setting?
It seems to be relatively tightly confined. There's the meadowed hillside, flanked on either side by woods. There's the cottage at the top, but the orange-red kind of flanks all of it. There's that huge barrier of it from where you guys arrived, but then there's more on pretty much every visible horizon.
So it looks like nothing really exists beyond.
It does, yeah. It seems like there's a pocket.
Yeah. All right. Did we get the names of the agents? We haven't asked for them, so I'm not sure.
That's a great question. I really should have told you, so I will give it to you. 1, Regulus, a level 7 friar. 2, Capuchem, a level 8 gentry. And 9, Pallid Sal, 2 words, a level 9 bloodsucker.
All right. Number 9 is going to be calling out some of those names, and he's going to be probably misremembering them. So he's just like shouting something that isn't exactly their names, but he's trying.
Yep. Are you climbing the hill, or are you going along the hill?
He would probably be going first.
Yep. And Stronger, what would you be doing with number 9 taking point in this way?
Did you get taller?
Is he talking to me?
Yeah.
Well, I definitely don't seem to have gotten any younger, that's for sure.
He follows behind you. Yeah.
And Thag, what would you be doing?
I will. Honestly, I'm quite intrigued by the sudden shift back and forth, really, in Stronger's appearance.
Yeah. So what would you do?
So Stronger, are you a thought form, perhaps?
Huh? What does that mean?
That you are formed from the thoughts of some other being?
He thinks about it for a second. And then remembers Enclave Medical at some point mentioning something like that, and goes, "Oh yeah. Yeah, they said that."
Yeah, that would explain something. I've heard Grog describe you, but he's not the sharpest tool, and it's not the sharpest tool. Let's go with that. So
I seem
The
pretty-
he
sharpest
was
tool in the
unable
cave.
he was unable to properly describe you in any way that made sense. But you being a thought form makes a lot of sense.
Well, it certainly makes no sense to me, but we should be looking out for these guys.
Me neither. Let's go find them.
As the group of you continue to climb, you're over halfway up the hill, but you notice that as you climb, the hill, which started gentle and sloping and beautiful, is getting steeper.
Does it seem to be getting steeper as a response to us trying to walk up?
Yeah.
Does it
You are
seem
still
like
making
it's
progress, it's just that the remaining progress is more sheer.
sure? Does it seem like it's going to get impossibly steep at some point?
Yes.
Okay. I'll let others think of something while number 9 is just swearing to himself and trying to, struggling upwards.
Yep.
But I'm definitely thinking of just activating gear things and shouting at the hill.
After you let me put it this way, as you are trying to climb a little further, it would go from like this to like literally vertical, and then if you kept trying, it would start to like concave over on itself.
Stronger
than
notices
Thag.
that he feeling better than he ever has before. Is just doing that thing that kids do when they're trying to like look up at something that's moving and loses his balance and lets himself fall down, and keeps looking and lets himself tumble down to see if it follows and goes to the other side of him.
That's really cool, actually. Let me think about that. As Stronger tumbles backwards, you two would note, or rather, number 9 wouldn't. Thag would notice that the ground behind number 9, which was, sloped, starts to actually come up in like a little half pipe almost as well. So you have one giant wall on one side and now another one starting to form on the other side. Stronger goes tumbling down but is halted by this, leaving the group of you in an aisle between the two. Thag actions.
I'm just considering this. At first, I thought it was just the dreamscape not allowing us to climb this hill. The entire landscape is reforming around us.
Yep, exactly right. With more...
That's disconcerting.
Quite. And with more intention than simply trying to not let you go up.
Stronger taps gently on the ground and says, "Can we go to the cottage, please?"
And as he does so, he would notice above him, like a cresting wave, the section of earth that kind of like sloped out to catch his descent starts to come kind of like slowly folding down towards him. Again, like the crest of a wave.
Oh. He seems enamored by this.
Did that actually work? Is there like a road for me?
There is no road for you. However, Thag would see the top of the folding like section of earth fall down over Stronger, hiding him from view in a thin layer of earth. To Stronger, it would feel almost like getting swept up in a hammock.
Oh, well, he feels great about it and just kind of lets it happen. This is the best he has ever felt.
Quite. And Thag, what would you like to do?
Seeing as this is a dreamscape, and it's a dreamscape that's also being puppeteered or parasitized by an outside force, I think we should be able to just influence the surroundings ourselves. I'm just spitballing here. Could I just make a way towards the cottage just by thinking about it?
So based off of your effigy reading, were this your own dream, the answer would be almost certainly yes. But seeing as this is a parasitized dream, the parasite, if we're going to use that term for it, will have much more control. So you might have some ability to influence, but much less than if it was your own dream. While you are considering, you would see that the section of Earth that had kind of rat-like cocooned around Stronger flattens out. And you can see that Stronger is gone, and there is just slope behind you, and then a sheer, impassable wall in front of you. Number 9, you've been trying to climb this thing, and it has, like, concaved out over, such that you are, like, barely managing to hang on with your bony hands, and you absolutely, like, there's no way you're going to get higher than this point. What do you want to do?
I haven't been informed by anyone that there's such a thing as a dream parasite, right?
No. This is just something that Thag has been considering.
For fuck's sake, I have told him I would want to visit no more freaking dreamscapes, but the freaking Enclave just won't listen. He's getting bad. He has actually been to one before. So as he's getting impatient, I'm gonna try to reach my hand through the mountain.
Yep.
Or like through the cliff face.
Is this like a punch or is like a grab?
Sure, it's a fucking punch.
Yeah,
absolutely. 1 maybe. Let me check.
Yeah, I think it's more than base.
No, it's not.
It's not. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, your fist would thud into the earth. There would be no immediate response, but then, just like I described with Stronger, the crest of the cliff face that is defying you would start to wrap down towards you like the barrel of a wave. What do you want to do?
Does it seem threatening?
It looks like it's going to enclose you.
Okay. If I try to move slightly out of the way, does it move after me?
If you move slightly out of the way, it does move after you. In fact, more of the cliff face you were climbing would start to kind of tumble down towards you in a rush. Thag, okay. This would also be coming in your direction too, as of this point.
Does this seem inherently hostile, or is it just a feature of the landscape?
Very hard to tell. Like, it is intimidating. It's a whole section of Earth, like, moving down towards you like a great blanket trying to grab you. But it's not clear yet how much intention there is behind it. Though, based on your readings about parasitic dream invasion, you kind of have to assume everything has some parasitic intention at this point.
I'm going to see. Do I see what happened to the Stronger?
Stronger is gone. You cannot see him anywhere. And the area that he vanished into just looks like normal sloping meadow.
Strange.
Number 9, do you have actions you would like to take?
He immediately steps out of the way and says, okay, that's enough. And he unsheaths his blade and tries to keep the cliff away with the blade, but I don't think that's going to do much.
As the cliff kind of collapses onto the blade, you can see the cliff recoil from the point.
Okay. You better stay there. And he's kind of like pointing.
It kind of gathers itself up a little bit and kind of looms up high above you. It almost looks like a very, very broad cobra, kind of like rear, way broader than it is tall, rearing up above you. And you can see that it kind of billows up more of its body as it gets ready what looks like to collapse towards you.
Okay. With 2 pluses to spirit, you're saying that it looks like a cobra. Do I think it has like mind that is comparable to it?
Well,
or is it just like a landscape feature that's acting weird?
What cues are you trying to go off of? Because obviously reading someone's face is a lot easier than reading a dreaming landform.
Yeah. If it seems to have like an actual like animalistic intent to the way it's moving.
Yes, the movement is very animal-like. You could think of it as being grasping more than anything else. And just from the way it's moving and the way that number 9 has seen it approaching and withdrawing, it feels covetous, if not even outright predatory.
Okay. All right, then. Come at me, he says, as he's getting ready to fight the landscape, I guess.
And the great cliff face starts to collapse down towards you. This thing, like, has built itself up to be over 2 stories tall, and obviously as incredibly broad as most of the hillside. Thag, you're a little bit behind number 9. Do you have actions you'd like to take?
I'd like to activate catalog, I think.
Yeah. What are you going to be targeting and doing with it?
The landscape.
What's going to be your paired action?
I'm going to grab a handful of this. I assume there's some kind of soil.
Yeah.
I'm going to grab a handful of soil, rub it into my hands, and then try to and then some on my forehead, and then just start chanting, basically.
Sure. Something you would immediately notice. Normally when you would activate catalog, things begin to move quite quickly. This is an enormous weight. Not insurmountable, but how to describe it? Imagine trying to do a mundane task, like pick up a box, not knowing that someone had put 100 pounds of weight in it. You know what I mean? So there's that. I'm going to give you a moment to think about how you are going to compound this paired action and add on to this, because this is going to be a much bigger scale catalog than you are used to performing. I'm going to get to Stronger in a moment, but we got to check outside with Liv. Hopefully I've given you enough time to think about what you would like to do. What do you want to do?
Yes, I have a plan. Liv, are the people back with the baths?
If you have anything you want to do before then you can do that. But if you want to jump to when they come back, we can do that easily.
Idea for before then.
Sure.
Is there gauze in the room?
There is.
Can Liv use by the wayside on the gauze and have it be like a binding mechanism, but a magically binding mechanism?
Oh, that's interesting. So, going off the letter of the ability, By the Wayside likes to target things that have been forgotten. And gauze certainly hasn't been, because they would have gotten it recently to presumably help with medical stuff. Can you think of some other comparable material that might be sitting in a sitting room for a long time, all but forgotten?
And should there be a sewing machine with old fabric scraps, like a bag of old fabric scraps in a sitting room?
Luckstat?
Plus maybe 3 at this point. Let me check. Plus 3.
Very consequential. Yes, we'll give you a sewing machine here. Old-timey sewing machine, bunch of cloth scraps.
So she's going to use the cloth scraps and bind them together. And create something that binds things together magically.
What kind of cloth scraps? Like colors, patterns? What sort of thing would catch Liv's eye?
Definitely patterned and definitely colored. Polka dots, stripes, flowers, paisley.
Yep. Any
just
preferred
a
colors?
hodgepodge.
Like, what are her favorite colors, broadly speaking?
She likes blues and greens.
Yep. Excellent. And with so is she going to grab a bunch of individual cloth scraps, or is she going to do an actual little bit of sewing?
She's going to do an actual little bit of sewing.
Sure. This old-timey sewing machine is pedal powered, but I would presume that Liv might have come across something vaguely comparable, so after a little arguing, she could get it going. And I'm going to go out on a huge limb and say she's going for 4 of these things. Is that correct, or do you have another idea in mind?
I was assuming she'd only get 3, but if she can get 4, I'm not going to complain.
Since you're doing some actual sewing, I'm okay with 4. Obviously, each will have 1 use. So the normal 3 use of By the Wayside will be extrapolated to 1 use per object produced.
Yes.
And so in that case, yeah, absolutely. This could be done while the group are like the staff are out getting the basins. And by the time you're done, you would hear the heavy footsteps and careful there, I'm on the stairs, of people coming back with full basins of water.
Okay, so then Liv is going to go to the youngest and start binding her head.
Yep. Is this going to be like a chin strap sort of thing, or do you have another idea in mind?
No, she's going to bind it sideways so it stops sliding apart.
I see. Yeah. Okay. And as she does so, is this going to be like a tie at the top?
Tie at the side. So
Okay.
she's going to tie this way. So it stops sliding this way.
And you have the luck stat for me to prompt you on this one. Is she going to be trying her... actually, I'm not even going to say is she. She will, at least for the first one, happen to not touch the chasm and afterwards realize that it was a close shave. So it's a very, like, really making sure you don't touch that red light at the center. Now, by this point... one basin has arrived, and the next one is quickly coming on the way. After the first one arrives, you can see that the two red-faced, sweaty maids go hurrying out to get the next one. And the woman who had brought in towels the first time, the graying-haired woman, or pardon, not the graying-haired woman, the younger middle-aged woman, would come briskly in. She says, "Ice baths, yes, this does seem appropriate. Do you need help lifting anyone in?"
I'll need help with the older one and the father. But first, let me get their heads bound.
Very well. Do you think that will... You can see that she looks towards the youngest girl and turns away, clearly like swallowing down bile at the awful sight of the head splitting open. Do you think that will help?
I hope so.
Very well. You can see that she goes about putting cushions into the ice bath for where the little one goes in so she doesn't get completely submerged in it. After you bind the 4 heads, what do you want to do?
She starts to move the littlest one into the ice bath.
Yep, she is easy enough to pick up. And as she sets her body in the ice bath, she can hear the little girl kind of moan gently in her feverish sleep. There's even a faint hiss as just a little bit of steam comes up from the frigid water. After this, the second basin has come in. Is Liv going to immediately move the next person in? Next youngest?
Yeah.
Yep. Another hiss, another gentle movement in her sleep. Then the next basin comes in. The woman who you had just been speaking to helps you lift the oldest daughter in, and by this point, the last of the basins, and the two of you, with a considerable amount of effort and help from one of the maids, manage to get the man of the house in as well. As the 4 of them are put in, one of the maids, panting, says tremulously, "Where did the other 4, the frightening ones, go?"
Great. They went to go try and figure out what's going on. I will have to be joining them in a moment. However, do not worry, I shall be back.
"Where are you going? Police?"
Into their minds.
The maid looks like she's about to faint and is quickly ushered out of the room. The woman who helped you set all this up says, "I don't know if we can help you much if you do that. We don't need to come too, do we?"
No, just keep them alive.
"Right. We'll try as best we can." What does Liv want to do from here?
She's gonna go touch the mind of the smallest.
And as she does so, she feels the same awful scalding sensation. And then she finds herself looking out at the great meadowy hill. Before we find out what she actually sees when she gets there, though, Stronger.
In this hammock, what feels like a hammock, Stronger remembers his mission and brings his hand to the bracelet, the friendship bracelet.
Yep.
And then thinks about the girl.
Yep.
And says out loud, "I hope she's okay. How can we help her?" As if he's talking to the world around him. Can we please help her? And I would like to use 2 will to try to make that a reality.
As you are doing so, you feel... So I should note, in this kind of earthen hammock, it's full of the flowers and grass of the meadow outside, because obviously it was the ground itself that wrapped around you with grass and everything on it. And the flowers are still burning with faint candles. But as you say this aloud, it's as though your hammock squeezes in about you like a python. You can feel the ground kind of crush up into you, frontwards and backwards, but everything is still lit because of the candle flowers, and the candles' flames themselves do not burn. So you have a face full of effectively grass and flowers with candle flames on them that wrap and crush tightly about you. What would you like to do in response to this?
There's a flash in his head of being pulped by a great machine, but still remaining alive and becoming a battery strapped to the back of other people who poke and prod at the battery in order to power their televisions, power their fridges. And as he is meat that is being tortured for their energy, he rages out in that moment and is going to warp spasm, just try to like explode outward from the dirt in a deep sorrow that he can't seem to communicate with it. And if he can't communicate with it, then he's simply going to take the people he needs out of here.
Is he going to say anything? Is there going to be any noise coming from him as he does this warp spasm? Fine, if not, I just wanted to know.
No.
And you said the warp spasm is kind of just like a burst out. Is this like a chest expanding or like limbs expanding, or what physically does this look like?
He starts looking like his original self, essentially, and as that happens, and his bones crack and lengthen, and his body is almost like engulfed in flame, and skin sloughs off, and then heals quickly, and he realizes that he's in his own his original shape, and that this can't be a place of comfort. His muscles will bulge. Breaking, smashing against the ground around him. The skin will stretch marks will appear on the skin, which eventually tear open, and he, as if releasing a bear hug, erupts outwards.
And as you do so, you feel the earth lurch. It feels as though you are, how to describe this? Imagine going down a water slide, but the water slide is made of dirt. Right? It's not a pleasant sensation. But as you kind of erupt out, you feel the dirt kind of like push back and kind of batteringly push you along a great flume. Reactions as you start to feel yourself moving, scraping along the dirt and meadow as you do so.
He's going to start throwing wild punches in every direction.
Every time a punch lands, not only does it feels like hitting a heavy bag, like it doesn't just feel like hitting earth, but you also hear a faint like bass drum sort of noise every time you strike, and with every blow the earth lurches and lurches and lurches again, making your ride bumpier and bumpier, before after about like 5-10 seconds of this, you feel yourself almost spat out or ejected, and you go skidding out across what can only be described as like an earthen floor. It's dark, though, and you can see that the section of wall into this room that spat you out is quickly reforming. What do you want to do?
He's going to punch at the ground and cry as he goes. And he can't. The words only come out as stronger, but he's trying to say, "Why can't I be safe? Why can't I be free? I felt good."
And as you punch against the ground, and you punch against the ground, you feel it shudder around you. But as you do so, you notice that your knuckles are catching fire.
He stares at his hand and tries to imagine it as the healthy young hand that he just had.
And as you do, and you picture this, you see a pair of pristine white gloves appear on your hands.
Huh?
The white gloves have fire emitting from their knuckles.
He looks at his hands and then starts looking around. What does he see?
And you can see that in the basement, it's rough and grungy, full of like supply sacks and old crates and crappy little bits of this and that and broken tools. But most notably, you can see over in the corner, there is a giant set of disembodied white gloves, clutched together like hands, holding a tiny figure, smaller than yourself. The gloves are brilliantly on fire, though the tiny figure does not look to be being destroyed.
Stronger looks at his hands and then the figures, and then gently makes a cup as if getting water from a sink with his hands instead, and sees if that does anything.
And as you do so, you can see that your hands, as though snapped together by magnets, go from that cupping sensation into being clasped together, and they clench tight.
He smashes it against the ground as he tries to unclasp his hands.
You feel the ground shudder, and then you feel your hands wrenched up into the air as though you were being suspended from something. What do you want to do?
He will. The words only come out as stronger, but he tries to like pull one hand down, and it doesn't matter if fingers dislocate. He just keeps pulling.
Might stat?
+2.
Yeah, and will stat?
+2.
And you feel a few of your fingers slip, and then one hand pops free out of the white glove. The other hand is still gloved.
And he will, with that other hand, help pull his other arm free.
It's a serious effort. The white glove clings to you, and your other hand involuntarily balls up. And so you can get the white glove like over your knuckles, but your hand is so involuntarily clenched it's not coming off of your fingers. What do you want to
do? He will keep pulling even if it breaks fingers to like do it.
Your resilience is ridiculous, right? It's like +4.
Yeah, it's 4.
Yeah, you're not breaking fingers. The glove eventually snaps free with your fingers snapping open. You can see that your hands, like a normal person's hands, would probably be bruised and dislocated from this, but not Stronger's.
They probably are. He just is used to the pain.
He's also so tough that it's not going to impede him. From here, what does he want to do?
He's going to rush over to the big hands and try to pull one of the fingers away from it.
As he rushes over to the big hands and grabs one of the huge fingers, he feels the blazing fire on his hand much more prominently than out in the meadow. It's not just a gentle candle flame that's all but cosmetic. In this case, when he grabs it, he feels... It's like he is grabbing a hot iron.
Uh-huh.
He does have the resilience to grit through this, though. So what do you want to
do? He grits through this. He grits through this. He tries to like grasp, like slide a hand underneath the finger, and like so he can get get it into like kind of get the finger into a headlock.
Yeah. I can see what you're going for. And
then he's going to
the finger. Yeah. It takes a monumental effort. This figure has enormous strength, but Stronger also does. And he pulls out one finger, taking all of his strength to do so. What do you want to do?
He's gonna spin around with it so that he's also using his back muscles to sort of peel the finger backwards.
Yep. You start to bend the finger into a wild position, and as you do so, you can feel the finger try to like push back against you, and in so doing, the two clasped hands start to part from each other. One hand remains holding the figure, the other starts to open up, following the finger that you're bending. What do you want to do?
He's gonna pull at the thing, start stomping at the ground to like pull at the finger as if he's like pulling something behind him, like a tire.
And as you do so, you hear a snap. It is not like a bone snap. It more sounds like a wax candle being cracked, or a glow stick maybe. And the finger suddenly hangs limp.
He punches between the finger that was broken, up into the next finger's knuckle.
As he starts to turn to punch, however, the hand is going into a brush motion like this, with you still on one of its fingers. And so he is kind of caught by the other fingers as they brush out like a smack like this. And since this hand is as big as all of him and has quite a lot of strength in it, he is sent bowling ass over tea kettle back across the basement.
As soon as he can, he scrambles back and like almost on all fours for a part of it. Starts like rushing towards it. The whole time, screaming in his head. Why can't you just let me save her? Why can't I be safe? Why can't she be safe? Why can't we be safe?
And as he does so, we're going to jump back to Thag and number 9, and then Liv not long thereafter. So, Thag, tell me more about your catalog action.
Seeing as this is this landscape is definitely movable and has already tried to move one of us out of here, and it's trying to move the rest of us as well. I'm going to try to move it on my own. Try to find where they moved stronger, and then see if I can form a path to that location.
Okay, how will you find stronger, even in an esoteric sense, and how will you seek to move the landscape in an esoteric sense?
I will ask the landscape to show us the way, or rather, I will not ask it, I will politely demand it to.
And, yeah, carry on.
And I will be focusing on his... Well, I will assume I have large... I think my arcane and spirit stats are rather high at this point.
Yeah, remind me.
Just a second, I'm just going to have to pull up my character sheet here. Spirits +2, arcane +2.
Lovely.
So I'm going to assume that as we are not natively part of this realm, we would sort of stand out.
Yeah. No doubt.
But I would assume that Stronger, being more akin to a dream denizen himself, would stand out even more. Like, this is another entity separate from us that is still separate from this domain.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
And given that you did read that, or quote unquote read that effigy on dreamwalking, you would have some innate understanding of how such things would stand out, I could imagine.
Yeah.
Okay, and
so I'm going to focus on that, on his sort of spiritual signature,
and
while
following with
politely.
Politely demanding. Yeah. What is going to be the exact words that you're going to use to politely demand?
I ask the spirits of this place to demand the spirits of this place to show us the way to our comrade.
And as Thag says this, and the catalog begins, he feels an incredible strain upon his body. His hands would seize up, his like knees would lock up together, and his shoulders would tense wildly. He can feel the energy kind of coursing out of his body, and he can feel the dreamscape resist it as wildly as it can. Number 9. At the same time, the land collapses down towards you. What do you want to do?
Collapses as like literally collapses, or is it striking like a snake?
It's less striking like a snake and more striking like two giraffes fighting. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, sure.
yeah.
That's far more concerning than a snake. Anyways, he's just going to be standing there and he's gonna say that. Well, come at me then. Ready to strike with his sword.
Yep.
But as it's falling down, instead of striking up, he's going to suddenly strike the blade into the ground, activating shield wall. And as he's striking the blade into the ground, he's also going to kneel down.
Mhm.
And I want the shield wall to activate around me to be sort of like a shell.
Yeah,
If that makes sense.
absolutely. And first of all, when you strike the ground, you feel the earth shudder wildly. And you can see something bubble up from your sword point that looks kind of like candle wax. However, when the shield wall erupts, you feel an enormous crash over the top of it. It is protecting Thag as well, who is standing very close to you. And as you can feel kind of the earth smash into your shield wall and press in against it, it also kind of breaks off the sides of the shield wall more like water. But given that the shield wall is around you, you do not know exactly how it is responding. Thag, you can feel your catalog beginning to fully take effect. Number 9, follow-ups from you with your shield wall up.
Okay. So my parried action was slamming the sword into the ground, right? And now I want to, and since the ground seems to be turning into wax, that's even more convenient. Now I want to quickly bring the sword up just like this.
Yep.
With a motion like that. And opening up the shield wall shell, if possible. Shoving the ground aside.
And as you bring up your blade in that flick with the shield wall drawing aside, it's as though you draw a zipper up the landscape, with wax spilling out, and with an almighty effort, this is what Thag's catalog needed. The great cliff that had formed in front of you is peeled to either side, as though the catalog takes the wheel of this zipper and draws it up the remainder of the land, leaving a layer of wax from which grass and meadow sprout, and the entire slope returns to exactly as it looked when you entered. The ground stopping roiling and writhing and settling down into the same gentle meadow that you witnessed from the base of the hill, with the two of you now very nearly at the top, near the cottage. What do you want to do as the ground begins to settle? Thag, you can feel your body tingling all the way up and down as gentle hallucinations play in front of your eyes, completely indistinguishable from the hallucinations of the dreamscape around you.
Lovely. I'm going to focus on Stronger's, because I would assume I have somewhat of an idea on his location.
Absolutely.
Relative to us.
Where that, like I described, like a zipper through the earth, where that zipper went to was not just straight ahead. It was straight ahead and at a slight angle, aiming towards the cottage.
Well then, let's go to the cottage.
Number 9, responses from you.
Yeah. Sure. Number 9 was going to say that maybe Doug should try to look for Stronger while he's going to look in the cottage. But I mean, if that seems like that's where
Stronger is that way.
Yeah. If it seems like he's that way, then I think he just follows behind.
The two
as
of
he's
you,
sort of like as he's like kind of like laughing a little bit about like, oh yeah, it's beating landscape, just dreamscape for a second time.
Now, it's at this point that Liv enters. Thag and number 9 are so far away at this point, they do not feel the flash of heat, and Liv would see the beautiful, gentle meadow hill completely passive, with its beautiful little candle flowers, and the great walls of orangey red on every horizon, and the cottage, which you can see that Thag and number 9 are most of their way towards. What would she like to do upon entering the dreamscape?
She'd like to try to catch up to Thag and number 9.
Vigor stat?
+1. 1 second. Oh, baseline.
Yep. As she begins to hike her way up the hill, she would not reach them before they reach the cottage. The cottage has 2 entrances that you can see on this side. One is kind of a porch door leading onto a small veranda that with little steps leading up to it that you can reach. The other is like a basement door, almost like a storm cellar. What do you two want to do?
Well, I'm going to assume I'm. Would I be able to tell that the general vibe that is in the cellar, or just in generally in this direction?
The zipper did not, or at least you did not see it precisely point at the cellar.
That being said, if someone is being kept somewhere, number 9 would expect that to be the cellar. So
that is a reasonable guess.
Yeah. So he's just gonna say, "Hello, anyone there?" And then he just like slams through the door.
Thag, actions from you as number 9 is slamming into the door.
Well, after you then.
It takes number 9 a couple of thumps to get through. He does have baseline might after all. But he can throw himself at it a couple times and eventually pop it open. Sure. 2 resilience or higher?
3 resilience.
3? Cool. And as the cellar door tumbles open, the two of you would enter to see pretty much exactly where we left off in the fight. Stronger, having resumed his original form, is rushing towards a giant disembodied white glove, as big if not bigger than him, within the dirt-floored basement, while behind another disembodied white glove is clutching a tiny figure. The giant white glove has its pinky finger hanging loose, but otherwise kind of hangs like menacingly in the air as Stronger rushes towards it. Stronger is much closer to the glove than either of you are. Immediate actions upon entering the room, beginning with number 9.
Okay, so Stronger is rushing at a glove that's like hanging in midair.
Yep.
Above. Okay. How large is the glove?
It is bigger than Stronger.
Yeah. Does it seem like it's just glove, or is it filled with something?
The glove is on fire.
Okay, but that's maybe going to make it a bit harder to investigate. But does it seem like there's something inside of the glove?
It moves as though it has a hand in it, but you cannot see any arm leading from it of any kind.
I have 1+2 sensory, maybe if that helps.
You would still not be able to see any arm leading from it, though your 1 sensory would allow you to pick out that the tiny figure held by the other glove is none other than the little girl Shelvisa, whose mind you entered.
Okay. So number 9 is going to take his sword in both hands, holding it by the blade, and he's going to throw it at the glove, sort of like in the middle, in a way that it like spins around, right? Yep. It's like a blade.
Skill stat?
And I'm hoping skill stat, of course, is 0.
Yep.
And I'm hoping that it somehow cuts the glove in half.
Luck stat.
Of course, it's 0.
Now, as he's going into the
I have a +2 vitality. I can scream while doing it.
Thag, actions from you upon entering the basement.
I will assume I would have taken in the scene right about.
Yes.
Very
sensory
quickly.
stat?
My center is baseline, I think.
Yep. And so in that case, you would get the gist. Stronger, giant glove, fire. Basement.
Right. I'm actually going to help Stronger with, or who is Stronger and number 9 both moving towards the same.
Yes.
Same
though
hand.
Stronger is considerably ahead, and number 9 is getting up to throw.
Okay. Because while I don't have any extra might or extra sensory or anything like that, I do have one advantage. Fireproof gloves.
Aha.
Ooh.
And in that case,
you can thank Tomáš for that one. That was just 2 separate missions where he had to handle fire in his own hands.
Nice.
After that, I got fireproof gloves in case I have to do it again.
Wasn't both of them also like literally handling like actual stars?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, in that case, is that going to be rushing in to assist?
Yes.
In that case, he would bypass number 9 because number 9 has to pause to do the throw. Liv, before we get further than that, You would have made your way a little over halfway up by the time those two rush into the basement. As you are approaching the outside of the cottage, what do you want to do? Do you want to follow them into the basement, or do you want to go up onto the veranda?
I go up into the veranda.
Sure. I should note, you would hear absolutely no sound. There is just kind of a gentle ambient sound of flickering flame. And there's no birds, there's no wind. There's just the sound of flickering flame and kind of a dull, distant roar, like the sound of a train engine in the near distance. As you go up onto the veranda, you would find that inside of the veranda, all of the furniture inside of it, beautifully decorated, beautifully adorned, all of it on fire. None of the pieces being damaged or burned in the process. And the door leading to the rest of the house looks to be unlocked. What do you want to do?
Open the door.
As you pull open the door, it looks like kind of a summer home, you know what I mean? And so entering into kind of a simple but pretty kitchen, everything on fire, as expected. You can see off to the left, there is like a large, like open family room, sitting room type dealio. However, in the middle of this room, you can see a much more peculiar scene than everything being on fire. Though there is everything on fire in this next section as well. You can see that there is a series of pieces of furniture that are kind of grouped together in kind of a natural like couch arrangement. And there are dozens and dozens of picture frames stacked up on top of a man who is sitting in place with his hands clasped together under his chin. He looks gaunt and aged. His hair has all been burned away. His eyes are closed and his brow is furrowed. And you can see that hanging from his fingertips is a faint, like a small flask or vial on a string. He is being absolutely bathed in flame. Each picture frame emits fire as well. But he himself, you do not see horrid burns forming on his face, even though his hair is gone, and his clothes are all but a shred of what they presumably once were.
She goes up to him and says, Sir, can you hear me, sir?
And as you do so, you see the faintest twitch of his head and the faintest smile.
What's your name? Can you tell me your name?
And you see that with another faint smile, you hear him say, Yet another trick. Yet another trick. Always another trick with you, isn't there? Don't worry. Don't worry, I'm here for it. I'm ready to see more. Show me whatever you want.
What's your name, sir?
You haven't gotten that from me yet. Nice try. Maybe we can talk for a bribe. A hot bath? Maybe a cold bath would be better after all this.
Are you from the Enclave?
His eyes snap open. Yes. Who are you?
My name's Liv. I'm
Show me
a
your
wanderer
badge.
from the Enclave.
Show me your badge.
She takes her badge, which she had linked into her hair. She takes it out and shows him her badge.
A huge smile. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Good. Excellent. Thank you. I'm a bit stuck.
Are you stuck?
The picture frames. Hard to explain. If you can get them off of me, I might be able to get out. They keep trying to trick me, those damn gloves.
Let me go find the rest of my team and I will get them off with you.
Oh, there's more of you. Good. This is a substantial enemy. Be careful, please. Very careful.
Will do.
With luck, we've tired it out for you.
I hope you have.
If you can get it out into the open, we might even be able to destroy it.
That's not our mission. Our mission is just to retrieve you.
Damn it. What does Liv want to do from here?
She wants to go to the basement to try to find the others to tell them that she found one of the people upstairs.
As she goes over to a door, which seems to be quite conveniently located by the family room, you hear him saying aloud, "You hear that? I think you might have lost this one. If I eat my words, then you can win the wager then. We've made many. How's that? I'll even call the rest even." As Liv makes her way over to the door, we're going to jump downstairs to Stronger. Stronger has raced towards the open glove, which is kind of drifting its way towards him. A sword flies over Stronger's shoulder and thuds into the glove. It hits the glove flat, and the glove grabs it immediately, though in so doing, the blade kind of emerges between two of its knuckles. Actions from Stronger, with the clasped hand now in front of him, with the blade emerging point first.
Seeing it clasped, is the girl in sight of Stronger?
Yes. If one hand is here with the sword clasped around it, the other hand is behind it with the girl.
Okay. Stronger has a moment, and he thinks back to. This might be a spoiler for something Meek's working, but sorry. Thinks back to seeing a family for the first time, with Pseudo next to him, and remember seeing a little girl and seeing her terrified at him, and realizing he was the monster in the situation. Does he feel like he's the monster in this situation?
If you are asking me, my answer would be unambiguously no. His double plus spirit, I recall. Is it double plus? Yeah. His double plus spirit would feel from proximity that these hands are intensely malicious. He's grappled with them. He's seen what they do. There's no ambiguity in his mind, at least unless you want there to be.
A female voice in the back of his head keeps telling him, is like poking and prodding at him, saying that he is indeed the monster here, but so is everyone else. But he thinks of Pseudo again, giving him a hug in his own mind. And then he jumps up and, once again thinking of Pseudo, takes out holds out the cricket bat and swings it, and is going to imagine it electrified, like how he's seen Pseudo electrify his bat as he hits the hand holding the girl.
Okay, so ducking under the closer one to get to the further one. Arcane stat?
0.
Yep. But there's some other stuff at play. As he leaps and strikes, and his bat cracks into the hand, he can see that the hand does not look electrified, but you can see that the flames on it temporarily go out. Immediate follow-ups after striking it in the knuckle, that one finger opens slightly.
Does the girl look released somewhat?
Slightly. Her head lolls to one side, but the other fingers are still holding.
He spins around and will hit the inside of the tip of the finger with his cricket bat.
Yep.
To try to snap it so he can't grasp anymore, and then he's going to throw down another hit with his cricket bat, which is the reskin great axe, downwards onto the second knuckle of the hand.
And this blow is close and heavy with a downward chop, and it actually severs the second finger. You can see that the rest of the hand opens, and the girl falls out towards the ground.
I don't think he has the reflexes to grab her, but he'll dive onto his back and hold out his arms.
Yep, absolutely. And as he dives down low, the girl gently tumbles down on top of him, landing very lightly. Before we go further with that, though, Thag, you are following not far behind Stronger. You can see that the thrown sword lands in the closer hand, which clasps it. This gives Stronger the opportunity to duck underneath it to go for the hand holding the girl behind. But then as he passes it, the hand with the sword opens up, the sword clatters down to the ground, and it begins to turn in midair to attack Stronger from the back. What do you want to do? This is at the time you're reaching it. It has a broken pinky.
I'm just gonna grab that pinky and pull.
Yep. And I believe you don't have a might stat, but you have a resilience stat, yeah?
Pull my finger.
Yeah, yeah, pull my finger. And as you do so, you can see that the hand kind of like wrenches backwards with you and starts to turn in on itself. Like, because if you're grabbing like this, it turns in around like this to try to grab you. What do you want to do?
I'm just gonna grab hold and keep pulling, basically.
Yep.
That's basically all I can do. I'm at least not going to catch fire.
Yeah, not on your hands.
I'm
at
confident
least.
in that, at least.
Yeah, your hands are completely fine. But as the hand starts to grab around the rest of your body, you do have, remind me, you have a pelt panoply?
Yep.
Excellent. In that case, that will help protect you from this sort of esoteric attack as well. But before we go further than that,
Okay.
Number 9, actions from you. You've thrown your sword. You see it strike into the closer hand, giving Stronger the opportunity to duck underneath it. Then it turns around to get him. Thag grabs it by the pinky, and then it circles back around to attack him. What do you want to do? You're just behind Thag.
So did the sword do any damage at all?
No, it hit it flat.
Okay. But now it's underneath the arm that is trying to attack Thag.
Yep.
Number 9 is going to do a super dramatic sprint underneath the palm of the hand. And he's going to slide along the ground, which is going to be super uncomfortable because his ribcage is going to be grinding against the freaking ground. I mean, he has 3 pluses to resilience, but he's probably groaning out of sheer annoyance, if not anything else. As he's doing that, he's like, ah! He grabs the sword. Yep. And he's going to, now that the hand is, I hope, preoccupied, he's going to step upwards.
Yep.
And as he's still on the ground, he's just going to try to bring it down.
Yep.
And slice it apart.
And as you do so, your stab prevents it from grabbing Thag, who is still grabbing it by the pinky and providing leverage there. This gives number 9 the opportunity to start, the hand... The fingers like flare open when you stab it, and when you push to get it down onto the ground, it goes willingly. As you pin it against the ground with Thag still holding onto the pinky, the other fingers kind of like try to bat at you a little bit. What would you like to do with it now kind of pinned against the ground? This thing is substantially bigger than you, but it clearly doesn't like being stabbed.
So they are trying to like reach at me, the fingers.
Yeah. If you're here, right, they're like flicking at you like that.
Yeah. I'll try to make sure the sword is as embedded in the ground as possible, holding down the glove.
Yep.
And then as they are reaching for me, I'm gonna try to use advantage of my 3 pluses to resilience. I'll grab 2 of those fingers, like try to tear them apart as much as possible.
Yep.
And I'll try to freaking bite in the middle of them. Into the glove, through the fire.
Going for the webbing.
Yeah, exactly.
And as you go in and plunge in, you feel fire kind of racing at your sides. Now, I should note, number 9 is made of, like, wraps and embalming fluid.
It's quite flammable.
It's quite flammable.
Oh, no.
Now, this is an esoteric fire. And as such, he's not just going to become a human pyrotechnic instantaneously, right? But he catches a blaze quite quickly. Thag, actions from you. Number 9 has plunged into the webbing of 2 fingers. You can see that all of the fingers are currently trying to, like, extract him out, like, pluck him out, you know what I mean? His sword is still embedded in the center of the palm. What do you want to do?
I'm still not entirely sure what I'm doing here. I'm just trying to help.
So are you still just going to be wrangling the pinky, or are you going to move elsewhere on the hand?
Where did number 9's attack hit?
So number 9 struck the giant hand in the center of the palm, and he now has it kind of pinned against the ground. His sword is still there, so you're off with a pinky on the side, and he is now plunged down to try to bite it between its webbing, like its finger webbing.
Okay. So the sword is still there, but he has let. Is he still holding it?
He is not still holding it. It has been left there.
Okay. I'm going to drop the pinky, grab the sword, and start twisting it.
And as you do so, you can feel the hand kind of like freeze and like its fingers scrabble more desperately. And at the same time, over here, Stronger, you have, like I've said, we freed the girl from the other hand. She's slumped down onto your chest. And what do you want to do now that you've caught her here?
As he catches her, it reminds him of getting a hug from Liv, and he thinks of that as like a safe place, and remembers the bracelet on his hand, the friendship bracelet, and thinks deeply of like where Liv is, and then grasps the girl gently but like firmly in his arms, and gets up and tries running, and he doesn't know where to run, but he's imagining running towards Lynn.
Okay, I love that actually. In that case, his feet would soon find stairs, though he would also hear, well, actually, he wouldn't really hear it, but he would see that the wounded hand is dragging itself along the dirt floor behind him to the base of the staircase and starts trying to pull itself up the stairs behind him.
Still holding the girl, using the bat to kind of even more firmly protect her, as he has her grasped.
Yeah.
He's going to warp spasm, so his like calves and his like hamstrings like bulge, and some blood comes out of them from it.
Yep.
And he's going to rocket up the stairs as fast as he can.
And Liv, in that case, as you are opening the door to the basement area, you can see Stronger suddenly leaping up and out of it, holding a tiny girl in his arms, the very same one whose mind you esoterically have entered. Stronger, you would come barreling into a light-filled room that is sunny and open and has that big couch in the center, still ablaze, with a strange man you've never seen, with picture frames stacked atop him, almost like they've been draped across him, standing in the center of the room, or rather, sitting. What would Stronger like to do after leaping up through the doorway, almost crashing into Liv?
Swing around, gesture for Liv to grab the girl, and is going to charge back down the stairs with his cricket bat.
Liv, you have a Stronger in the face who proffers you a girl.
Liv takes the girl.
Yep. Is she going to say or do anything after that?
When you're done, come back up here. We need to get the pictures off this guy.
I am Stronger.
And he races back downstairs. Now, Stronger, coming downstairs, there is a wounded giant hand climbing up towards you. What do you want to
do? Using Bloodlust as he screams, I am Stronger. His wounds begin to like heal, and as his own blood starts coming back to him, and there's a perk effect with Bloodlust for him, which is those that can see the action that he's taking, paired action he's taken, feel a perceived increase in gravity equal to how much of a threat they feel Stronger is to them.
Oh, that's really cool. Okay. In that case, as you are yelling this, your Bloodlust activates. What would you like to do as you charge down the stairs towards the giant hand?
He's going to remember Pseudo doing a thunderclap, and he's going to do an underhand swing with his with the cricket bat on the stairs, shooting shrapnel from the broken stairs straight at it.
Okay, yeah. In that case, as you strike into the stairs, a great shower of splinters goes spraying down at it. Are you going to be pausing when you do this, or just keep running?
I'm going to keep running.
You can see that the hand, now kind of plastered against the staircases, can only kind of weakly lift its front two fingers. And you can see that when you like spray pieces of staircase at it, it does, like, the two fingers that it raised up kind of flinch away a little bit. But as you run up close, what do you want to do? You're in striking range, and with a lot of momentum.
Using the momentum of the upward swing, I will spin around from it as I'm moving forward, and I will come down with the cricket bat again. This time on the top knuckles.
Absolutely. And as you swing around and about, they slam through the top knuckles and cleave off another finger. This sends you crashing into the hand as well. But as you do so, you're kind of on top of it rather than it being on top of you. Immediate follow-ups?
I will kick off the stairs and keep the momentum and try to slide down the stairs with the thing, trying to get back to where the others are to handle the rest of the other hands.
Yep. Speaking of which, before we jump back to number 9 and Thag, Liv, actions you'd like to take with the little girl in your arms. She seems comatose.
Liv's gonna try to wake her up. She has the nostrum.
Mm-hmm.
So she is gonna try to give her a little bit of the nostrum.
And what is going to... Actually, that's not... is this going to be your nostrum? I don't actually know if you have one. Do you have a nostrum?
I don't have nostrum.
It's number 9's?
It's number 9's.
Okay, Tomáš, you get to pitch the downside.
She can only say her name.
For this random girl that's into Dream.
Yep.
Why? Okay. Can I think of something like in a minute or two?
Oh, I hate to put you on the spot.
Okay. Sure. So she's comatose, and it's the one with the open head.
Yep.
Right. It's actually the same one. Is her head opened in the dream?
No. She is intact.
Okay. Mm-hmm. The question, is this a downside that's applying to her dream self or the actual self?
You don't know, nor will I.
Okay, I don't know. That's great. Sleepwalking.
Oh, nice. And Liv, obviously, since this is like an embalming oil, how would you like to apply it?
She'd like to apply it like Serena's applied essential oils onto her skin.
Yeah.
So like just kind of gently massage it into her hands at different pulse points.
And yep.
And just like say calming things to her as she does so. Like, it'll be okay. You'll feel better soon. You're gonna be okay.
And as she is doing so, the nostrum, this will spend the entire use of the nostrum. However, all at once, you feel yourselves tumble to the ground. Or rather, Liv, you feel yourself sitting in a comfortable couch. Stronger, you feel yourself literally midway through rushing downstairs. You trip on like, it's as though the floor was there sooner than you expected, and you trip and fall flat on your face onto a rug. Number 9, your face was like buried, biting with your everything on fire. Yeah. And you find yourself like crouching on the floor next to a fireplace. And then Thag, you had been twisting a sword in your hands, and then you find yourself in that same position, still with the sword, I should add, though in this case just standing on the floor with the point gouging into a rug. You are back in the sitting room, out of the dreamscape, and the girl's head is closed. More than that, you are joined by a man that 2 of you have seen thus far, gaunt, with his hair gone and his clothes in rags, his body not burned, but clearly showing traces of ash and soot, with a small vial on a string clutched between his hands. Immediately on appearing, this is insanely disorienting, but given that Liv is the one who is sitting, with the girl whose head is now closed in her lap, in the same position she was when she was applying the oil, Liv gets first action because she's the least disoriented.
Liv shifts the girl slightly, walks over to the man and says, "Go to medical." And pings him out.
As you do so, his badge comes to your fingers quickly. He says, "The others, they are in dire, dire straits." His body is dissociating before your eyes. The last thing he says before he teleports out is, "Please don't leave them behind. We've been through too much," and then vanishes. Now, while Liv is doing this, the rest of the staff are somewhere between hysterical surprise and like overjoyed celebration at one of the girls' heads being closed. The next person to come back to their senses is Thag. What does he want to do? This is the point at which Liv is crossing the room towards the man in rags.
I will quickly surmise this is one of the agents we were sent to rescue.
Yep, you see his
So
badge appear.
I'll just let him. I'll just let Liv make sure he gets back home to base safely.
Yep.
And then start pondering where to go next. Because
Yep.
there's still 3 people with their heads open.
Yes, there are. And additionally, Thag would... Actually, before I get to that point, number 9 would be the next person to be undisoriented. What does he want to do?
As I'm undisoriented, crouching next to a fireplace while I was gnawing at a fiery hand. I mean, I think that's super disorienting.
It's insanely disorienting.
So I'm probably going to fall on my back, start crawling backwards away from the fireplace. And as I'm doing that, I'm going to swipe at it, doing a minor manifestation of summoning a bunch of sand from my sleeve. I don't really have a sleeve, just like into the fireplace.
The fireplace sputters a little bit from this. I should also note, by the way, you still feel the burn wounds that you incurred from that fight.
Mm.
And you are smoldering still with your bandages completely torched across much of your body.
Okay. How painful are my burns?
Pain is an interesting thing for number 9.
Yes.
Among wounds he has incurred, this would be among the worst. Because burns, I would imagine a mummy would feel much more than being run through or something like that.
Sure.
And so I would say, yeah, he is in considerable pain considering his undead nature and triple resilience.
Mm-hmm. Okay, in that case, he's just going to be like, as he realizes he's in room with people, he's going to be moaning, but he's going to try to keep it down as much as possible, mostly just like complaining to himself. And he's going to be taking off some of the burned bandages, which I'm assuming would still be hot.
Yes, they would still be hot. As you're peeling off bandages. Number 9 would notice as he's peeling off bandages that there is something on the ground next to where the man in rags, who was quite close to him, vanished. It's a small scrap of paper.
Okay. Does it say anything?
Yeah, it does. And it looks like a ticket, like when people enter his museum, what they would have to get to go in.
Interesting. Like ticket to number 9's museum.
Not to his museum, but a ticket like he would have seen at the museum.
Okay. Who did it belong to? Can I make a guess?
It was right next to where the man in rags was, so presumably him. He has teleported off.
I guess he's just gonna pick it up confused. Does it seem to be imbued with any magical property or anything? Well, is it a waypoint? Does it say anything?
It does have some text on it. It says things like admit 1. It has some hole punches on it. And it says one way. It's a one-way ticket by train to Migda. He also would notice that when he picks it up, it has no weight. Not that paper normally weighs much, but it has 0. Like, he literally could leave it in midair and it would just float there.
So it obviously seems like something that doesn't really belong to this place.
It definitely does not feel real.
It's something out of a dreamscape.
Yeah.
Is that a vibe, I guess? Okay.
Stronger. You are the last person to come to your senses, having face planted on the carpet. But now coming back to your senses, having bloodlusted, you are feeling obviously better. But you do still feel the impacts of your past fight. Not to mention face planting, though that's not as bad. What would you like to do?
He says into the carpet, and then he gets up, looks around. Where's the girl?
You can see her laying gently on the couch, surrounded by cooing staff. She is still asleep.
He goes over and gently takes the friendship bracelet off of her hand, and then goes to the next youngest.
Yep. As you're going over to the next youngest, by the way, you can see one of the maids, the ones who are terrified at the beginning, comes hurrying over to Stronger and gives him an enormous, like, flying hug from behind, saying, thank you for bringing her back, thank you.
She burns her face on his back.
And as you do so, she gives a yelp and springs backwards, clutching her face, and looks at you scared again.
I'm sorry. And he's shocked at the fact that he can seem to speak again. And he goes, I have to go. I have to finish this. And he quickly rushes over to the next youngest and slips the friendship bracelet onto their hand, onto their wrist, and just reaches for the opening in their head.
Before we go further with that, follow-ups from Thag, while Liv is porting out the rescued agent, and number 9 is examining something on the floor, and Stronger is rushing over to the next youngest.
I think I'll just join Stronger then, because the time seems to be of the essence, and the other seems to be occupied.
Yeah.
And I can do more in the dreamscape than outside of it.
Yeah, you make it over to the next youngest at about the same time as Stronger. Liv, actions from you. What would Liv like to do after pinging out the rescued agent? She can see Stronger and Thag hurrying over to the next youngest, and she can also see number 9 like bending over by where the agent was pinged out from. You are currently muted. Oh, Xela, you're muted. Bleep.
Thank you, sorry.
No problem.
Liv would like to take inventory of what their health status currently is.
Yeah.
Like how the other 3 seem.
Yep. You can see that your bindings have prevented their heads from opening further. At least for the moment. However, hurrying over to them and checking pulses, the father in particular is in terrible condition. His pulse is weak. He's losing, like, even though he's in this cool bath, he's losing fluids very, very quickly. I should have noted, by the way, when you when you reemerge from the dreamscape, you would be up to your ankles in the ice bath with the girl kind of cradled on your lap, but rather than on the couch like at the beginning. Pardon me. However, the father seems to be in the worst shape. The second oldest is in the second worst shape. Their fevers are even worse than when you guys first arrived, and you can see that both of them are kind of stirring a little bit in their sleep.
Liv is gonna take a deep breath and be like, I think I need to go to the father.
Any responses from Thag, Stronger, or number 9 when she says this aloud?
So Stronger couldn't be here anymore, right?
Oh, Stronger is making his way to touch. He hasn't done so yet.
With no sensory and no reflex, would I have noticed her say that before touching it?
That's a great point. No, you would not. Does number 9 have a response?
Why they say anything?
He perks up and he says, "Hey, why don't you have this? Figure this out. I'm too busy for it. I'm gonna check on him." And he's going to go into the dreamscape realms of the father. Yep. Handing over the ticket to Liv. And as he's like, before he teleports, he's also going to scream something like, "Try to keep him alive," but he probably doesn't, get to finish his sentences. He's gonna teleport away.
He
Liv.
tells Liv to keep the father alive.
Yeah.
Okay. So Liv is gonna hang back this time,
Mhm.
and since number 9 decided to go in, and she's gonna work on keeping the father alive.
Stronger
Don't forget that I also have given you a ticket.
Yeah, Stronger and Thag have vanished like almost immediately thereafter. And Liv, before number 9 vanished, was given a train ticket that floats in midair and does not look like it is made of normal paper and normal ink. It flitters and glimmers. And it just says, "One way, ticket to Migda by train."
Can I energy work familiar face?
Oh, that's so sick.
Oh my God,
Talk me
that's
through it.
Can I energy work it so I know what Migda is?
Well, let's hear your paired action. What would she do upon seeing it?
She would think about her time in Migda when she had taken, it sounds Nordic to me, so I'm gonna say that she took trains through for this part of her journey. And these really long, beautiful train rides where she'd buy an overnight cart and would get a bed and just spend days reading on the train, and at night she'd sleep in her cart, and then she'd spend days in cities backpacking around and then go on the train at night sometimes, but sometimes she'd spend days like looking out the window at the train in the day. And she remembers Migda specifically because it was so beautiful, and she liked taking the train there, and it was actually one of the day train trips she took, where she took the train during the day to be able to see all the sights.
I am going to accept this in full with one enormous amendment. It's a great familiar face, though. Migda is not real, and she dreamed of it.
Ooh.
Migda, a beautiful city in dreams that she ventured to once in a dream during one of her many long train rides where she would doze off and not remember, like her dream would just be riding a train just the same as real life because of how much she had been doing it, and in so doing reach that strange magical place, a city of dreams. That is the one amendment I will make.
Cool.
After realizing this, what would she like to do?
Well, I'm wondering if she gets the perk for familiar face that I have is that she's able to speak languages other than Metro.
Yes. That's so cool.
So I'm wondering if she's able to communicate with the green dreamscape being.
My answer to that will be absolutely, but she would realize to do so, she would need to fall asleep or need to enter.
She's gonna fall asleep, and she's gonna pull out some sleeping pills from her bag that she can still wake up from.
Tight. Yeah. I was about to be like, how are you going to fall asleep? No, yeah, that'll do it.
So, like, she'll wake up. If she wakes up, she'll be tired. So she'll, like, if any reflex would probably be, like, below baseline.
Sure.
It's what I'll give as, like, the caveat. Because I've taken sleep meds a lot. And, like, that's about right.
And in that case, is she going to, like, lay on a couch or something?
Yeah, she's gonna lay on the couch, and she's gonna tell one of the maids, like, if anyone gets especially worse, wake me up.
And one of them says, "But what are you doing?"
I'm going to travel into their minds.
But don't you have to touch?
I'm gonna try and go a different way.
She looks confused, and even more confused as the sleep meds quickly take you and you start to lay back onto the couch and drift off into sleep. I'm going to cut away from you for a moment, Xela. Start thinking about what Liv would be dreaming about. I'm going to let you actually set her dream.
Oh my God.
From here, though, we're going to begin with Stronger and Thag, because they would enter almost at the same time. They would find themselves in, like I described before with the meadow and the cottage, they would find themselves in a busy, bustling train station. You can see that it has all the sights and sounds of a train station, but amplified and exaggerated in slightly the wrong places. It's cramped, unlike a train station. And rather than there being people walking everywhere, there are just like dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, of pairs of disembodied legs, wearing pants and dresses and skirts and shoes on their feet, just kind of walking about. Meaning that you can actually see almost perfectly in every direction, despite there being so many people about. You can see that there are benches and stoops all over the place, and there are various like little covered tunnels leading out along the platforms. And there's a great set of clocks that are positioned up high, all of which are saying nonsense. And there's a bunch of great ticker boards, all of which are saying nonsense. However, as is often the place around here, there's fire. A lot of it. You can see that not only are the rails outside on fire, the windows, of which there are many, are made of fire. And on top of that, every single set of disembodied legs, where the torso should be, just has a fire at the top, a candle light. You guys enter through the main front doors of the station, and behind you there's just that wall of orange-red, like you saw in the meadow. You can also see orange-red through other exits, as well as way down the length of the tracks. What would you like to do?
Stronger looks at his hands and sees that he hasn't changed. He looks the same as he did on the outside, and he feels the same. Feels bad about that, but then feels hopeful knowing that they saved the girl. And so with his other hand, the one with the friendship bracelet on it, he remembers the visage of the girl. He just put it on, and reaches out his hand and remembers the gloves and imagines punching that glove finger right like in the face.
I'm gonna punch your hand in the face.
I gotta punch your hand in the face. Yeah, imagine punching in the face. And just takes closes his eyes and takes a swing.
And as he does so, Thag, immediate actions upon entering before Stronger takes the swing.
I'm just taking in the sights, realizing this is much the same as the others, as the other place, besides the obvious scenery change.
Yeah.
There's a lot of details in common, so this must be this part of the same thing.
Yeah.
I'll just try to look for exits.
Yep. You identify 5 obvious ones off of the main floor, each one of them with a barrier of red-orange past it. You also notice that there are some beings, so to speak, around here that aren't just disembodied legs. The porters, for example, who are carting around great things of luggage, are more than just legs. So, too, you see that the chandelier way up high is actually made of hundreds upon hundreds of floating jellyfish that kind of drift in a circle.
Dude, this place is awesome.
Interesting place.
And
I've seen weirder.
And it's at this point that Stronger takes a swing at the air. And as he does so, you guys all hear a crack noise. And way up high, you see one of the clock faces have like a sudden like spider web crack go across it.
Stronger sees that and imagines it again.
Yeah.
And this time, putting his cricket bat in his left hand where the bracelets are, takes a swing with the bat. I'm remembering slamming it down on the middle finger and freeing the girl.
Yep. And this time there's a great crashing noise as the face of the biggest clock goes smashing out. And you guys can see, though of course the glass was see-through, the breaking of the glass reveals what has passed. The two hands of the clock are being held in place, the two giant hands of the clock, by two identical giant white gloves. They restrain the clock from ticking.
And I get the same malevolent feeling I got from them last time.
Undoubtedly.
They
are high up. This clock is high in the air, well above the floor, and is also an extremely large clock. Enough so that the two giant hands, each of which are bigger than you, are still smaller than the clock overall, as they are inside of it trying to hold the arms from ticking. Thag, did you have a thing?
I'm just taking in the new developments, trying to figure, right, how do we get up there now?
Quite. And Stronger, what do you want to do from here?
Stronger starts trying to think really hard, but gets more and more frustrated at thinking about how to get there without expending too much energy. And as he's thinking about this, he's reaching out his right hand and imagine grabbing the hand as if it was actually smaller and like pulling at it. But as he does that, he like without thinking is running forward and pulls back the right hand as if he's going to throw a punch, while in his mind is also imagining having grabbed it and like pulling himself towards it.
Mm-hmm.
And with his other hand, he's going to take another swing.
This time, Thag would notice that as Stronger starts to rush forwards, the shattered clock face on the ground has started to build itself up. You can see that the shattered piece of the clock have formed into one of those porters I was describing. This one doesn't have a trolley, but like the other porters, it is a full body, vaguely humanoid, and is made of what look like shards of glass you can see more clearly. As Stronger rushes forward, the porter briskly trots towards him, and as Stronger reaches back to throw a punch, the porter raises its own hand, and it's as though, imagine like the one sharp hand of the porter replicates dozens of times over to make like a field of glass shards pointing towards Stronger.
Help?
I'll give you guys a moment to think. Reason being is that the other two are off in their own separate places. Jumping over to number 9. You come to your senses after that awful burning sensation. At the top of a tight ladder that is just through a trap door. Below you can see the familiar red-orange like glow. And you are inside of a tight attic. But the attic goes longer than it should in every direction. It still is like low and eaved, but it's as though the eave just keeps on going and sometimes turns in ways that a real eave shouldn't. It's full of boxes, like heavy wooden beams hanging overhead, some electrical wiring, and is absolutely littered with dust and crap.
All right. Well, this definitely makes him recall that time that he was stuck in the museum warehouse for God knows how long before he was put on an exhibit. So he's definitely going to be complaining to himself something like a skeleton in the attic, Howard, you know. It's gonna be quite bad, honestly. Yeah. So this is like an attic that like sneaks around in like a natural way then.
Yeah, completely unnatural layout. It's a maze-like attic.
Maze-like, so it has like several
there's branches. Different ways you can go.
That's the worst possible place for him to be at. Like, kinda is the place that a wanderer should be at. Anyways, he's just going to yell out the two remaining names, which would be Capochet and Palatsal.
Capochem and Palatsal. Yep, yelling them out.
Okay. And nothing, I'm assuming.
Actually, no. When you yell out the name Pallid Sal, you hear a little scuffling over to the side as though a rat.
Okay. He's going to turn around, startled, regardless.
Yep. You can see that there's like a big like cardboard box off to the side. Maybe it's like crappy old timey cardboard, right? And you can see that as soon as you look at it, it stops like wiggling.
Okay. Do I want to look inside? I'm going to be clutching my blade. So not on the handle, but like on the actual blade, right? So that I have like a short sword.
Yep.
And I'll peek inside while holding the blade like this. So if something jumps at me, I can like immediately step down.
Yep. And yes, something does lunge at you. You only get the faintest look at it. The word I'm going to give you is bear trap that jumps at your face. What do you want to do?
So yeah, his immediate reaction would be trying to push with his left hand, trying to push off against something to gain distance. But this time he would be like pushing against cardboard box, so that's not gonna really help. And the right arm would be just like stabbing down.
And as you smash, you hear a shattering of glass, and your sword penetrates clear through it, and the thing goes flopping to the ground. See, it's a picture frame, and you smashed the glass completely.
Okay. I haven't heard anyone mention any picture frames, right?
No.
Okay. Well, he gets up, looks around if there's another picture frames, like sort of hanging around somewhere, perhaps.
Yeah, there's a bunch of picture frames in this area, all dusty and crappy.
Do they look equally as evil?
Threatening, menacing picture frame. Now that you've had one jump at your face, yeah, they all look pretty freaking menacing.
He's
picture frames with threatening auras.
Yeah.
He's gonna approach one with his blade ready to strike.
And as you get close, you're like 2 feet away, and it springs off the wall at you.
So he would be swinging like this while at the same time sidestepping towards where the blade was.
Yep. These things are pretty fast, and it's only because you were ready for it that you managed to get out of the way and smash it.
Well, I can say I believe it, but I actually prefer the other place.
You hear that same cardboard box wiggle again.
That same cardboard box.
Yep.
The same one. Would you stay there, please? Does it stay there?
It does stay there.
Thank you. I suppose he sets off in a random direction before he figures out what to do.
Yep.
Or I do.
As he starts to go off in a random direction, he hears the cardboard box again.
I'm going to pick up a random zero luck pitch. There's going to be an old what's the thing called on which you put candles?
Oh, a candlestick.
Yeah, there's going to be an old candlestick. I'll just lob it at the box.
As you do so, the crappy old cardboard completely collapses, and the remaining picture frames inside all come tumbling onto the ground in like a little stack, like dominoes sliding down. There's 6 of them. And you can notice some movement on the second one from the top.
Okay. Is there something else for me to throw at it?
Oh yeah. Endless. You want an old hey, you can throw
an
another
old
picture frame.
alarm clock. An old alarm clock.
Yeah, excellent. Old alarm clock, we like it.
As I throw it against the wall, can it also start ringing just to add to the chaos?
Perfect. Are you throwing it at the picture frames now on the floor or somewhere else?
The one that is moving.
Yep. And as you do so, you knock... It's the second one from the top, so you knock the top one off of it. There's glass smashing everywhere. And you can see that pressed against the glass of the picture frame, in the picture, there is a strange-looking man with his face pressed up against it like this. He taps, like on the picture.
Wait, he's inside of the picture and like tapping onto it?
Yes, it's as though he is the framed photo inside of the picture frame, but is also able to tap on the glass from the other side.
Do I think it may be the agent?
This doesn't look like anything you've seen yet. He's a weird looking guy, admittedly. His skin is kind of like gray and nasty. He has a freakishly long nose. He has huge bug eyes, and he has a bunch of spears bristling off of his back. He also looks absolutely petrified, and his chest heaves like as he hyperventilates.
Okay. I'm going to reveal my badge and hold it up. See if that does anything.
And you can see that he's facing like up, right? But his eyes kind of like look over in your direction, and he pulls out his badge and slams it against the glass. Tinka, 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 tinka.
Guys, I was really tempted to just smash this picture as well. Okay. I'm going to start approaching, and as I'm going there, I'll smack my blade into a random other portrait on the wall.
Yep. It
And
crashes to
just-
the ground.
Yeah.
As you do so,
Hey.
the agent inside is clearly beside themselves, like. But you cannot hear a word he's saying.
Hey, do you want to get out? Do you really want to get out? And I'm using 2 arms to give him that sort of like glass cutting knife. I have no idea.
Yeah, like the glass pick.
Yeah,
Like
the
the sort of
glass
shit
pick.
you use with car doors. Yeah, that's sick. And as you do so, you can see that through, like, in the picture that he's in, it appears in his hand. The glass cracks. It
I'm
smashes.
going to be,
Yep.
I'm going to be standing with my back towards him, seeing if any of the pictures attack.
Yep. And as soon as the glass cracks, he tumbles out of the picture. He's obviously much bigger here than he was in. He looks and says, "Oh my goodness, thank you. I'm so..." But before he says anything else, a picture lunges out of nowhere, grabs him, and he vanishes inside of it instead. You hear a tap, 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 and then a crack noise as he breaks out of this one too. I would have killed for this thing. I'm gonna get one of these from commissary, I swear.
Well, you better not lose it, because I think we are about to face way more of these things.
I think you might be... But before he says right, another one grabs him.
Where? Okay, spirit inside. 2 pluses to spirit. Is there a reason why they are going only after him? Is it because he has like engaged the white glove like directly? Or?
It might be part of that. Based on what you can see, though, the main difference between you and him is he is panicked and terrified.
Okay.
You hear a dink, 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 and then another as he gets vomited back out. And then he comes scurrying across the ground towards you, crawling much faster than a person should be able to, and hides between your legs.
I love him. Can we keep him?
He's tiny, by the way. He looks about 3.5 feet tall.
Oh my god.
That's not the character to introduce to number 9. Hey, you just keep quiet, okay? Don't move too far away from me.
Oh, okay, I'll be quiet.
Yeah, be completely silent.
Oh,
How do we get out? I'm supposed to bring you back.
you hear nothing.
You can speak now.
Oh, okay, thank you. And he says, "If I knew that, I would have been gone. I would have left ages ago. Who knows how long I've been in here for? It feels like months."
How did the father look like? Whose mind I have entered.
In terms of how well he looked, or his actual physical features.
His actual appearance. If I kind of,
Yep.
try to recreate his facial features without his head being split open.
Thin chin strap mustache, very well kept graying hair, kind of a sumptuous velvety nightgown or night clothes.
Okay. I'm going to try to describe it to the agent and see if he has seen the man somewhere in here.
Oh yeah, I know, guy. He's rummaging. Lots of rummaging.
Can you bring me to him?
Why would I do that? We gotta get out.
Yes, we need him to get out.
Why do we need him to get out? I mean, he didn't do anything to me.
It's entirely logical. Do not question it, for fuck's sake.
And he says,
Well, you didn't have to shout.
Well, we need to get moving quickly.
Okay, is there room in your rib cage?
No.
Oh, come on, there looks like there is.
he kind of pokes around in your rib cage.
Hey, that's private. Get out. He also like kicks into him a little bit. He just goes to the side.
As you do so, he just like grabs onto your leg again, like the cement shoe, and just like...
Okay. Yeah, sure, you can stay there. So where are we going anyways?
Oh, jeez.
He puts out his hands
Lefty, righty.
and then says,
Straight.
rather than either left or right.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah, really sure.
Okay.
I can smell him.
His humongous nose twitches.
Oh, that's good. Let's keep moving. And number 9 is gonna start walking. This sword in
Trudge,
one hand.
normal step,
Yeah,
trudge, normal
exactly.
step.
With each step that he takes with the guy on his leg, he's also going to like kick forward excessively to try to shake him off.
Doesn't work at all.
He's gonna do that regardless.
Now,
And
every couple
also,
steps, a picture frame will jump at you. Like,
okay,
without exception.
sure. So as I'm walking, I'm wondering if it would be a better idea to hold the blade and smash with the handle.
Mhm.
That's probably going to have more weight and it's going to be easier to block it. So I think I'll be doing that.
Sure.
Holding the blade halfway, smashing with the handle into the picture frames. And in my other hand, I'll try to always have some sort of like a random item that I find to
Yep.
be able to throw.
The first time one of these picture frames jumps at you, the agent on your leg squeaks,
Left.
as it leaps from your left. And then,
Right.
and then,
Above.
it seems as though he can anticipate them consistently by a second or two.
Okay. Well, at least you're good for something.
Of course I'm good for something on level 9, you ingrate.
Yes, but you're being rescued by a level 4.
He says,
Yeah, well, you know, we all have to start somewhere. And sometimes we all have to finish somewhere, and I'm not going to finish here.
Never.
You don't get to level 9 by taking unnecessary risks.
So, anyways, where's this guy? How much further do we have to go?
Couple miles. Just kidding. He's coming up on the right.
I hate it. Number 9 hates him so much.
I love him. I love him.
before
Fun
we go-
character. If I wouldn't be a fucking grumpy old man.
Following up, we're going to go over to Liv. Reason being, she's fallen asleep. Tell me what she starts to dream about.
She is dreaming of herself and her brother, if her brother had come with her on her travels,
Yeah.
because she left. And like in her flavor development, she's working currently through being less angry right
Yeah.
now.
Mhm.
And so she's imagining if her brother, instead of like going and taking on responsibility for everything in their family and like paying for them and their siblings, if he had come with her,
Yeah.
and if they had traveled together for a while.
And in that case, I'm going to put you aboard a train because it feels appropriate.
Yeah.
And the one thing that I should note is that the dream is, as Liv might dream any of her train dreams, which seems to be a recurring theme for her. Except outside, the beautiful grassland that you are driving along is gently blazing with the same surreal fire that she has seen elsewhere. In her dream, normally, lucid dreaming is not the sort of thing you just say, well, wouldn't you know it? I'm here. Like, I'm not going to let just any character get away with that. But given the nature of her falling asleep and her recent familiar face and the ticket still clutched in her hand, she is fully aware she is asleep. And her familiar face perk holds. What would she like to say?
She'd like to say to the dream, hello. I'm trying to get out the 3 agents who you've held. I'm not trying to harm you in any way. Can you help me?
You hear a clicking noise coming down the train as a conductor comes along collecting people's tickets. Hello, sir. How are you doing? Very good. And as you hear the gentle sound of people talking to the conductor reaches you. And you can see that the conductor doesn't have a head, just a cap floating on top of a uniform with a pair of white-gloved hands. And it has the ticket clicker in one, and it extends a hand, one of the white-gloved hands to you for a ticket.
She hands the ticket that she had in her hand.
It looks at the ticket. Or looks. It is an empty cap, of course. And then rather than clicking it, it does like a little sleight of hand trick, and the ticket vanishes. And before your very eyes, the train you are on transforms. And you can see that rather than being a train much akin to ones that Liv has taken before, surrounded by people she's known and seen, such as her brother, it's instead, she is instead surrounded by what look like almost like a field of strange buds and beads aboard a train. The train itself has shifted as well. It is more shifting, colorful, almost biological in nature. The outdoors are a strange well of light and darkness. The entire thing is eerie and odd, to say the very, very least. The conductor also shifts, and instead of being a full uniform, it is just a pair of white gloves hovering in midair, which are now much bigger than what she had seen before. And as she is looking at the two white gloves, they kind of like shifting like this go. What does she want to do?
She wants to say, we are not trying to take anything from you. We are merely trying to reclaim our agents.
And the finger snaps, and you can see that it is holding in its hand a large Enclave badge, oversized. It is clearly not a real one.
Yes, Enclave, that is what we are.
And then the other hand kind of flicks like this, and a little, almost like a PowerPoint presentation screen is brought up, like a projector screen, like in school.
Mm-hmm.
And it shows you a couple of very quick subsequent images of combat and damage and destruction and fire and torn gloves littering the ground before bringing the screen away. The images came so fast you were barely able to make any individual one out.
I apologize for the damage they've done to you, but I'm just trying to get them home. I cannot compensate for what they've done, only that we shall not do it. What would you like?
It goes 2, and then brings up the fake Enclave badge again, and then brings up on the other hand 2, and then brings up a set of portraits, and you can see the Kadir family members. Not all of them. The youngest one is not featured here, but the 3 remaining ones.
What about the Kadirs?
It takes the other hand and points one by one down them. The 3 posters, then goes 2, and then...
Sorry, can you do that one more time?
Yep. It points one by one down the 3 remaining Kadir portraits. Father, oldest daughter, middle daughter. Then goes 2, and then this.
You need 2 of them?
And it gives a...
We're not trying to stop you from having 2 of them if you just release our agents.
And then you see that the hand... That makes like a little creeping motion, and then 2, and then flickers up a 3rd.
2.
It flicks the 3rd again.
2 or none.
And then it goes 3, and then brings its hand into a 0, and within the 0 forms the Enclave badge.
Yes, if you take all 3, you will have no Enclave and no people.
And then it does a 3 and then a 2 with the Enclave badge appearing here, and then it slaps the hands together to make 5. And then it wiggles its fingers backwards, from both hands, and then they rub themselves together.
You may keep the remaining 3 if you do. If you give us back the 2 Enclave members.
It bunny
Yes,
ears
3.
it bunny ears the 3 away, and then you can see that the other hand kind of wiggles contentedly, and they kind of clasp their hands together, and then they kind of spill out over each other towards you until one of the huge hands shrinks down to your size, extended.
Liv reaches out to shake the hand.
As she does so, she feels a searing pain on her hand and wakes up. She finds that her hand actually was touching something hot, and the room around her is bedlam. She can see that her hand had actually drifted over in her sleep and was almost grabbing a nearby candlestick. And more to the point, there's a lot of movement in the room. She can see that 2 of the Kadirs, the father and the oldest daughter, are on their feet with their heads substantially open. You can see that your bindings have broken off of both of them, and they are clearly comatose, clearly asleep, but moving inexorably out from their baths as the maids try to hold them back. At the same time, the youngest Kadir, whose head is completely fine, is contentedly sleepwalking around the room in concentric circles. The last Kadir, the middle child, is still in her ice bath with her binding intact. What does Liv want to do?
Liv wants to... What about the other Enclave members?
She sees none of her teammates around, nor any rescues.
Okay, she's gonna go in to go try and get number 9.
Absolutely. So rushing over to the father?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Before we go further with that, let's jump back over to Thag and Stronger. Thag, actions from you. The porter has created a barrier of glass shards that Stronger is rushing towards.
I am going to... I don't know if there is anything I can do that will help anything like it that I can do just whip out on a moment's notice, really.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I don't think there's anything I can do with... I work best with prep time.
So what does he want to do, even if not to immediately respond to this?
Well, just basically shout watch out for Stronger so he doesn't run face first into a bunch of glass shards, perhaps.
And Stronger, you are in your head winding up this punch. You do not see any of this, but you do hear Thag's sharp voice. Watch out. What do you want to do? You're about to sink your fist in your mind's eye into this glove's face.
As soon as I hear that, Stronger instead pulls his fist back, lets the momentum swing him around, and with his other hand holding the cricket bat, will instead hit with that.
As he does so, he hears a tinkling of glass, but Thag, who is observing from afar, sees that the porter, in one moment in line with the strike, the next moment is on the other side of it, as though it teleported like 2 feet just to dodge the blow. However, Stronger rips through the glass shards in the air before striking into them and sends them careening out across the floor. As he does so, all of the broken glass reforms back into the porter, who immediately begins to bloom out more shards into the air around it. Stronger, immediate follow-ups from you. You've completed your spinning blow, and you now can see the porter in front of you with the glass reforming into it and new shards forming out from its body.
Can I see where the gloves are?
Glancing a look up high, you can see that the gloves are still holding the clock hands in place.
Is Warp Spasm off cooldown?
Yes, it is.
he will warp spasm jump up to up past the porter and up to the closest clock hand and will slam down on the hand.
Yep. Using what weapon?
Using his cricket bat with
Yep.
both hands.
Thag, actions from you as Stronger is leaping. You can see that the porter begins to launch glass shards out following him as he rises.
Right. Seeing as I'm not very much I'm not very useful in combat, so I'll make sure to instead take the time to see if I can find either where the dreamer or where the prisoner is kept.
Sure. Where would you be looking? You're in this great esoteric train station.
Anything that stands out as not being part of the normal, or rather, it's anything that stands out as not entirely looking like it should, besides the obvious that we already established.
Sure. I would say that the biggest standout things is that since you have gotten here, there has been a train boarding, and none of the people in line for it have gotten on board.
So there's a train. The train came in.
Yep, there's a train been here since you guys were here, since you guys arrived, and none of the people waiting for it have made any progress getting on board. I mean, depending on where you're from, maybe that is common, but it's like awkward. It's awkwardly frozen enough to look unnatural. There's no milling about. There's no announcements being made. There's no people drifting away back towards seats because of a delay. That sort of thing.
I'm going to go examine the train, I think.
Yep.
I think assuming the porter isn't interested in me.
Are you off at a run or brisk walk?
Just gonna walk.
Yep. And as you do so, Stronger, your cricket bat lands clean on the top of one of the lower glove, and you can see that it kind of its fingers lance out like that again, and it lets go of the clock face, the clock hand. The clock's small hand ticks into place, and you hear a great a ringing sound going out across the train station. Ticker boards start to flip, still displaying complete nonsense, and lights start to illuminate near the track with the stopped train as there's a sudden flurry of movement towards it. Immediate follow-ups from Stronger after this blow. You feel sharp pain as several shards of glass lance into your body. What would you like to do?
Where the wrist is on the glove.
Yep.
Can I that is in my left hand right now, right? So can I loop my arm into there to grab onto it and try to drag the hand into the way of the glass coming at me?
Yep. As you grab, first of all, you grabbing onto this prevents you from dropping, given that you just jumped and these things hover. But you can move your body around, so it's less you dragging into place and more you climbing onto it, because it is bigger than you after all. But this does put it between you and the glass shards, which all you see perfectly come to a halt before they strike the hand and start to whip down towards the porter. You can also see across the floor of the train station, more porters are hurrying over towards you, glass shards glinting around them as they begin to ready their arsenal. What would you like to do?
With my other hand, I'm going to start slamming the cricket bat into the palm.
Yep. And after you can see that the hand twitches and lurches and then gives a massive it flings itself backwards into the wall, trying to slam you back first into the wall.
So I'm on its wrist, and it's trying to slam the wrist hole into the wall.
So if you're here, it's trying to just go like that.
Can I quickly try to muscle up into the wrist hole, full body?
Reflex stat?
0.
Yeah, no. But as you smash into the wall, Stronger's 4 pluses to resilience will make this hurt, but nowhere near incapacitating. Immediate follow-ups after it does so.
Oh, Warp Spasm's still on cooldown. Uh, can I use Bloodlust, can I use Bloodlust and heal up and like shoot the glass shards out of my back while I'm climbing inside it?
That's so cool. And actually, as how are you going to trigger Bloodlust? What's going to be the paired action?
As he's trying to like pull his way into this thing, he's going to strain heavily, and more stretch marks are going to appear. Though it's hard to actually see that over all of his scars. As his lanky body like gets like as the muscles in his lanky body grotesquely bulge out, and the glass shards are like pushed out by the muscle, which is expanding so much you can almost hear bones crack as if it's actually ignoring as if his brain is ignoring the safety limits that the human brain puts on the body in the first place.
Yeah.
And yeah, he pushes all the shards out of him as he's getting himself up.
This is a remarkably fortuitous bloodlust. And the reason being is as you slip in through the gash in the glove, I will say right now, any other person besides specifically Stronger doing specifically that would probably die from this. It feels as though you have dove into a swimming pool of lava. It is pure heat inside of the glove, but you're able to like swim about inside of it. And given that Stronger also naturally is inclined to heat up during Bloodlust, and Bloodlust heals him, is able to heal, like suck up and heal afterwards. But more than that is actively causing pain based on the blood that he has spilled. All of this heat inside is also damaging the glove, which is writhing and twisting with Stronger inside of it. What would he like to do as he is immersed in blazing, boiling heat?
He himself is writhing and swinging his cricket bat wherever he can as he's inside the thing. And I don't know if this burns his clothes, but if he sees that happening, he's going to go crazy about it.
Oh, yes. His clothes are going to be literally like burning off of his person.
Oh, okay. He goes into a furor. He goes into a furor, and I actually don't know if I updated this on the character sheet, but I didn't have my perk set yet. But the perk was while he's in a furor, all of his attacks deal massive knockback and cause environmental damage.
Oh, wow. In that case, every blow would cause the glove with you in it to just like
around the station?
Yeah, exactly. Like flopping around and smashing into walls and things. And so as you are beating this thing up from the inside, Thag, you have moseyed your damn way over to the train. And you can see that once that whistle goes, people start trying to board. However, you can quickly see that there is an exception among them. You can see that among them there is among all the disembodied legs, right? You can see that there is a well-dressed man who looks very different in his garb from anyone around here, who is pulling behind him a heavy trolley with a big pile of suitcases on it. He looks tense.
He looks like a normal person, besides like literally everything else here.
Yeah. The most normal person here, including you and Stronger.
Well, yes. Do you need help with that?
He jumps and looks towards you, and you can see for a moment his hand do a sleight of hand trick, producing a knife from his sleeve before he says, "No, thank you."
Are you sure?
I think I can handle it. It looks like a lot, but he looks you up and down. On the other hand, I think I might it might be nice to have some help. You can take this one. And he hands you a suitcase, which is heavy enough that you kind of like, you have to adjust your steps.
Mm-hmm.
He says, "Do you have a ticket?"
No, I forgot mine.
Very well. And then he says, how did you get in here if not with a ticket?
Do you know where you are?
Yes.
Who are you?
My name is Capuchin Venedrix. I have worked for the Enclave for 15 years.
Well, I figured that was the case. The Enclave sent us to get you. And the others.
And this is why I've worked for 15 years. He says, "Good. Inside of that case is an unconscious girl. I found her. I figured that she needed to be saved, and I was going to bring her with me to Migda."
Right, I don't think bringing her to Migda would help, seeing as it's her mind we're currently in.
We are.
This is why we're here.
I see. That is very different. So there is a way out then.
Yes, we woke up her sister.
You have. Okay. We have been running in circles for, I can only imagine, months, trying desperately to avoid the white gloves within the dreamscape. And you say you have a way out. We have not found a way out.
Yeah, we managed to rescue one of your colleagues, but the others, you and the one other is still unaccounted for, and this girl and her sister and her father are still stuck in this dreamscape.
Well, then we had best get her out. We were separated in the attic. I don't know if that means anything to you, but if it does, that is where...
It does not.
Very well. Please show me... But before he can finish what he is saying, you hear the clicking of glass feet on the floor as porters are coming towards the platform.
It seems we have been rudely interrupted.
Yes. Can you defend yourself? Stand behind me. Please make sure that he points to the suitcase that you're holding. She is all right. You can see that the porters have used their trolleys to actually like barricade the train platform that you're on, with obviously the way that you came to the station being past that. Capuchin looks around towards them and says, "Good day, gentlemen. How can I assist you?" And you can see that shards of glass start to break off of them and float around them in eerie, deadly halos. He says, "Yes, I understand, but perhaps we can come to an accord of some kind." He smiles and says, "Here, let me sweeten the deal for you." And he produces in his hand what look like a set of pearls, each of which he kind of flicks towards each of the porters in turn. The porters, seemingly despite themselves, catch the pearls and look at them with their strange, expressionless, glassy faces. Capuchin says, "Not enough? Well, you don't have to twist my arm." He takes out more pearls and starts to flick them around. And as he does so, he says, "See if you can get through."
I drag the suitcase behind some conveniently located barricade that I'm out of sight.
Yeah, like one of the pillars of the covering for the platform.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I open the suitcase.
And you can see the girl inside, unconscious, sleeping in a gentle fetal position with a folded up, actually, this would be, you would recognize this, a folded up scholarly raiment underneath her as a pillow.
Aw.
What do you want to do?
I'm going to try to wake her up, I think, but I'm not sure entirely sure how.
Yeah.
I don't think this would be covered in my the book I read earlier.
Well,
This is a bit.
yeah, parasitic dreams aren't often woken up from easily. That's true.
The other one was woken up with an ostrom, but I don't really have one of those at the moment.
Quite. Now, of course, based on the book you read earlier, typically the way that you would free someone of a parasitic dream is to destroy the entity that is possessing them, yes. But of course, in this case, the Enclave explicitly counseled you against doing that.
Yes.
While you are thinking, Stronger, in the depths of furor, punching this thing around the inside of the station, crashing into walls and things, you finally sink a massive blow of your axe into it, and it rips. Stronger goes spilling out onto the floor of the great station, and the like tattered pieces of white cloth fall around him from the destroyed glove.
Can I throw the glove at the other glove?
Yes, you can. The glove goes sailing through the air towards the other one, which kind of like catches it like this and tries to like haul it away, the tattered remains of it.
I'm gonna jump up and try to grab the glove being carried away,
Yep.
and I'm gonna try throwing them both at the porters.
And as you do so, when you did that jump, you got a face full of glass for it. But hurling the two at the porters with your Fuhrer-empowered strength caused the two gloves to go sailing through the air and smash into the porters, which goes smashing out across the floor. A few teleport out of the way, like they did previously, but many more still get smashed and sent across like bowling pins.
Then I guess while on fire and naked and raging, I'm going to slam on the ground and roar and use Bloodlust and the perk that he has with it, which does the spiritual pressure thing.
Remind me the spiritual pressure thing?
So anyone that can see Stronger use the paired action.
Oh, it's the gravity thing. It's the gravity thing.
Yeah, it's the one that makes them feel the perceived increase in gravity.
Yeah. In that case, would this be the end of the Bloodlust because you did activate it before crawling into the glove?
So wait, okay, so it can't activate again if it already is activated, right?
Yeah, this would have to be like either if you want to try to like reinforce the Bloodlust, I'm totally open to that because that does seem to be kind of what you're trying to do.
I think I'm gonna reinforce it.
Yeah. And in that case, you can see that the many shattered porters whose glass shards are trying to reform, the shards that are trying to reform kind of like slow as they go sliding across the floor, and the ones still there, as they produce glass shards around, the shards fall to the ground, drawn down by their perception of added gravity. Before we go further here...
I gotta add some.
Add something?
According to the perk, it's indiscriminate as to who it affects. So everyone who sees Stronger as a threat feels an increase, a perceived increase in gravity equal to how much of a threat they think he is.
I am fully aware.
Oh, shit.
And from here, Liv. As you go rushing over to the father, you can see that he is currently stepping out of the ice bath with 3 women trying to restrain him, and he's just effortlessly moving despite it. His eyes are still closed. As you go reaching for his head, one of them yells to you, "We don't know what to do! He's moving! Why is he moving?"
Liv goes and touches his head.
And she vanishes. That awful furnace sensation. And she comes to her senses to hear a distant voice, which we're going to catch up with as of now. Now, as number 9 and Pallid Sal go trudging their way down the attic, fending off picture frames, jumping out at them hither and thither, Pallid Sal directs number 9.
Take a right here, and then a left here through that door. No, that door. Your other door. There you go. And then cobwebs. Careful of the cobwebs. Those aren't nice.
I think number 9 intentionally works through the cobwebs.
As he does so, he is completely stuck in place. He does,
No, look at what you did there, you bonehead.
and as as he does so, Pallid Sal goes climbing up number 9 as though he were a ladder, and takes one of his spears off of his back and begins to like snip off the cobweb threads. He says,
I don't have a spear.
"Oh no, Pallid Sal has spears."
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
he has a set of like spears poking out of his back almost. That when he pulls, they elongate all the way out. He says,
Do you even have eyes in those sockets?
I'm not really sure. I never checked.
he sticks a finger into your eye socket and feels around for one.
Does it hurt?
No, it feels like nothing.
Well, why don't you look at the path? I mean, where are we heading anyways?
I'm cutting you free.
I mean, am I even stuck?
Yeah, the cobwebs actually like stuck you in place when you walked through them.
Okay.
Like he kept walking, but his skull got stuck in there.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and after Sal cuts you free, he says,
There you go. That is new.
and then he goes scurrying down to his familiar place on your leg.
Thank you. He's going to say,
Oh, you're welcome. I love being thanked.
yeah, I'm not a big fan of thanking.
Well, you should try. It's really nice.
He's just gonna grunt as he moves on.
Sal does not shut up the entire time as you go walking along. And eventually, however, you hear him say, "Oh,
Listen. Hear that?
Do I hear it?
No.
1 + 2 sense.
absolutely not."
No.
Oh, fiddlesticks. He says, a little more. There we go. You gotta hear that.
No.
Look, are you sure we are going the right way? You said it's right around the corner.
Of course I'm sure. Do I have to check your ear holes too?
Look, I don't hear anything, alright? So, where are we going then?
He says,
Fine. Right underneath that alcove.
Number 9 does.
And
Doesn't
he-
seem like we are any closer to the target.
and as he ducks down, he finally hears something. A faint, scraping, rattling noise.
Okay, maybe you weren't actually wrong.
No, of course I'm
Good
not
to
wrong.
know.
I'm wrong about
Okay.
a lot, but not about this.
Number 9 is going to speed up as much as he can. I'm imagining he's sort of like dragging his... is he on my right foot or my left foot?
Right foot.
I'm imagining he's sort of like dragging his right foot along the ground to just go as quickly as
As you
possible.
said,
Careful. Pictures on the left.
and
Just like
fending
smashes
off some
them
more
as
picture frames.
Yeah.
That would be what Liv hears when she appears in the attic. She sees a trail of smashed picture frames and the distant squeaking voice of Sal, which carries remarkably.
She follows the voice walking staff up to hit picture frames like baseballs.
Yep. And as she goes, she does see something quite beautiful on the ground after a moment.
What does she see?
It looks like a brilliant red gem.
She goes to pick it up.
As she does so, a picture frame goes sailing over her head. But, oh, Tomáš, I'm hearing a buzzing from your...
Oh, sorry.
No problem. And after the picture frame sails overhead, she sees what looks like a perfectly round drop of blood crystallized and frozen away.
She just picked up.
Yep.
She puts it into her satchel
Mhm.
and keeps walking.
And as she goes walking after, her on alert in case of rogue picture frames with her staff up and at the ready, number 9 would find himself in a tight, almost like a crawl space, or at least like a crouch to walk space. And he can see that there's like a set of like nasty old boxes, and there's a hunched man pulling his way through the boxes and searching through them.
He seems to be... Yeah, okay. Are his eyes open?
No,
Does he acknowledge me?
no.
Do I know his name?
You would have been told the name of the Kadirs at Enclave HQ. His name is Resrosh.
Resrosh. Okay. Hello, Mr. Resrosh. He
No
kind of like
response.
moves him in the shoulder.
Even when you touch him, he keeps just looking through boxes.
Is he
The
like,
picture frames
is he,
don't attack him, by the way.
Is he snoring lightly? Maybe.
Putting up close, yes, he is breathing as though asleep.
Okay. I'm gonna activate Garethings. And I'm going to let me look at the exact wording on Garethings. Hold attention. So that would hold his attention. I mean, he's not an enemy, but like I'm trying to talk to him and he's not responding. So I imagine that kind of counts.
Yeah.
And can I be making him more hesitant to sleep?
Well, let's hear what you're gonna say.
I mean, my initial parry action is, hey, it would be very nice if you could respond to someone when they greet you. As he kind of like pokes into him, but like with a more force this time.
Yeah, and as you do so, he keeps moving, but you do see a pair of disembodied white gloves have appeared over his ears.
Okay.
They're small, like normal human size, but as soon as they appear, Pallid Sal goes and screams in like an extremely high-pitched register and says, "White gloves, white gloves, white gloves, run away, run away, run away, run away," and starts trying to drag your leg away.
No, we are not going anywhere. We are going to stand here and scream until it goes away.
No, don't scream, don't scream. The white gloves are gonna get us. Run.
Okay. I'll be targeting the wild white gloves instead then.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying, like, some
Sal's screaming is contributing to your Garethings.
Yeah, exactly. There was an alarm clock. It seems to me that this place is like repeating to some extent, right? It's not.
That's a reason.
Is there also an alarm clock?
I am okay with there being an alarm clock around here.
Okay. So a luck pitch with zero luck.
Wait a sec. I'm going to be okay with an alarm clock in a little bit. You're gonna have to hold out for it though.
Okay.
Perfect.
So what I was going to do is that number 9 slams his fist down into like a random object underneath, and it just happens to be an alarm clock that goes off.
I see. Yeah, but in this case, it'll have to wait a little bit because I have an idea for when it can come in. So what do you want to do in the meantime?
No, just like screaming generally at the white gloves to move away.
Yep, absolutely.
I have places to be. Get out of my way. He also starts to like try to pull them off.
Yep. And as you do so, Sal yells, "No, don't touch them! Don't touch them! No, don't do it!" And as he does, the two of you are screaming and Garethings is going on, the white glove does relinquish its grip from the man's head, but then goes around your mouth.
Okay. I'm gonna bite into it again.
And in this case, it does have under your jaw, so you're not able to get purchase for a bite.
Is there anything that can make sound in here?
Oh, tons. A lot. There's old pottery, there's glass, there's all sorts of stuff.
Okay. So number 9, with one hand, he's going to be trying to tear off the glove. With the other, he's just gonna like grab a vase or something, and he's going to smash it up against his own face in a way that so I can tank it with 3 pluses to resilience, and hopefully I'm like hurting the glove in the process and making a lot of sound like straight next to. And
in the meantime, Pallid Sal screams, "No, get it off! Get it off! Get it off!" Now, Liv, you are hearing this absolute fucking ruckus. And it guides you precisely to where you need to be. You soon duck under that alcove I just described and find yourself in the low, tight area with number 9, a weird little guy wrapped around number 9's leg, and the sleeping father, who has a white glove on one ear and the other white glove is clutching against number 9's face as he smashes a vase into his own face.
Liv is going to start smashing things to help him.
Mm-hmm. Just like anything nearby with her staff.
With her walking staff, yeah, she's gonna start just like at bat.
Yep. As you do so, Sal whips around and says, "Look out! Crazy smashing lady, hide!"
I mean, I don't really have a way to tell him that she's not a danger. So. Yeah, exactly. As I keep like, is there a frying pan?
With Liv around, I'll give you your alarm clock. That's what I was waiting on.
Okay. So he's just going to say something. He's going to want to say something like, she's also from Enclave, god damn it! And as he does that, obviously he cannot understand him with the glove over his face, but like as he does that, he's also going to slam the fist finally down, activating the alarm clock.
Yep. As you do so, you go, but Sal goes, "Oh, why didn't you say so?" Understanding you perfectly, even through the glove. And he goes skittering across the room and grabs onto Liv's leg instead. What does she want to do? Smashity, smashity, smash. Alarm clock goes off, and then you suddenly feel the weight of like a 6-year-old child on your leg.
She keeps smashing, and she
I should note, while you are smashing, you would feel a faint, like, climbing on your body, like if a cat were climbing you, and then a small voice in your ear says,
Hello, you seem nice. Please don't hurt me.
she asks him, "What's your arcane stat?"
and she says, after a moment, he says,
3 pluses.
Can you get water to appear above his head?
Yeah, I can do that. Can it be blood?
Cold.
Oh, cold blood.
Then after a
Can
moment,
you do it?
he says,
Yeah, give me a moment. I hate cold blood.
and you hear him, like, starting to whisper to himself in a little popping noise, almost like bubble wrap. What would Liv like to do as Sal is preparing something?
She would like to. Let's see. What can she probably get away with? She would like to try to whack the other glove with her stick.
Does it matter that it is on the man's head? Or is she okay clubbing him in the head? That's a legit question.
She's gonna whack down to try to whack parallel to his head.
Yep. Skill stat.
No skill, but 2 to will. So, like she really wants to.
I see, yeah. And so, in that case, it's not a great hit. It would definitely have gotten his ear, but you do manage to cleanly smash the glove. And you can see it pops off of his ear and immediately grabs onto the end of your stick.
Okay.
Sal screams, getting distracted from his manifesting.
Liv goes, Sal, keep manifesting.
Can I grab the alarm clock and bring it up towards the guy's ear?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so no weapons in hand. Alarm clock here, his head here, and I'll just like literally...
Yep. Time to wake up.
Exactly. This is still a Gar thing, by the way.
Yes, I know it is. And Liv, at the same time, what do you want to do as Sal screams with the tip of your staff being grabbed? The hand starts like climbing up the staff towards you.
Liv starts whacking the staff against all the objects in the room.
And as you do so, Sal gives another shriek, and then says,
This place is awful.
And then he goes,
Oh, wait, this place makes my blood run cold. That's perfect.
And then you hear a gooshing noise as blood pours from the ceiling on top of the sleeping man.
Does that happen as I smash him in the face
Yes,
with
it
the
is.
alarm clock?
So you are drenched in icy cold blood. And the man's eyes flutter open. And the group of you suddenly come to your senses in the midst of absolute fucking pandemonium. Now, it was already pandemonium inside. Liv still has her stick, like, midway through smashing it against something. Sal is on her shoulder. Number 9 is covered in blood, and has, like, his hand... It's not holding an alarm clock, but it would have been. And number 9 is standing in the fireplace. And you can see... and so he's catching proper fire again. It's a good thing that he's wet with blood, otherwise he'd be going up like a frickin' match. However, Mr. Kadir was literally stepping into the fireplace with his maids all gathered around him. Liv can immediately see, because she's the first to come back to her senses, that the oldest daughter is standing in the fireplace with the maids desperately trying to pull her out, though their clothes are catching fire in the process.
So who has an action here first?
Liv first.
Who is our other two teammates in?
You do not know, but you do know that the middle Kadir daughter is still in her ice bath.
Okay.
In fact, no, you would remember. You saw them go in, so you would know they are in the middle daughter, not the oldest daughter.
Okay. Liv is going to get the maids to stop and help her take the ice bath and put out the fire.
And as they like rush over to grab the ice bath, Sal, you can hear him kissing the carpet and says, reality. I'm never leaving you again. I'm never, ever, ever leaving reality again. At the same time, number 9, actions.
So you said that I'm in a fucking fireplace.
Yes, you
and there's some people whose clothes are also catching on fire. Are they like catching on fire? Like, can they just stomp it away, or is that a serious problem?
Some of them are pretty bad.
Okay. So I'm assuming that there's some sort of like a chimney going up.
Yep.
Right. Okay. I want to do an arcane manifestation. As I reassemble in the fireplace. Devoured by flames, obviously I want to scream in pain.
Yeah.
as I do so, can I make the chimney tremble, and as it does, like bring down a bunch of dust and ash?
Yo, that's so cool.
And like fly out of the fireplace, right?
Yeah. Cinders and ash come dumping down the chimney as it rattles from number 9's scream, and a great plume of black smoke comes poof out into the room. And at the same time, Liv catches a face full of it as she and 2 maids hurl the ice bath over the fire.
Nice.
Number 9 is doused, so he got blood, then smoke, then water. At least he ends clean.
My God.
However,
number 9 is probably still screaming even after a manifestation is done.
Yeah, I would imagine. And Liv, immediate follow-ups.
Is everyone out? Everyone's...
No. Thag and Stronger are still in.
No, is everyone out, like, the fire?
Oh, pardon. Put out. Yeah. Yes, though you can see that the eldest daughter is doing terribly. Her head is almost like 180 degrees open.
Okay. Liv is gonna go into the middle daughter because she needs to get her teammates out.
Yep. Number 9, actions you'd like to take.
So the middle daughter is the one that's affected the worst?
No, the middle daughter is still doing okay. She's still in her ice bath. It's the eldest daughter that's affected the worst.
Okay. Okay, after number 9 stumbles out of the fireplace, probably still like at least somewhat screaming, he immediately grabs a handful of ice and starts rubbing it everywhere on his skull and such. I'm not even sure if that actually helps
You
him,
feel
honestly.
small hands helping you, grabbing ice, as Pallid Sal says,
You're a real pal, you know that? You helped a lot. That was great. You saved my life. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure, you're welcome. So did the Enclave instruct us that they should ping out as quickly as possible? Or
based on their condition.
based on their condition? Do you think you could somehow help us keep these people alive?
Oh gee. Let's see. Red on essence. Almost out of spears. All abilities on cooldown. This sucks.
Metagaming now, are we?
He says, after a moment...
How does he know he's red on essence? You never tell us that.
He says...
Is that a perk of being level 9?
I'll tell you about it after the mission.
Psychosis.
And he says...
You know, maybe this'll help.
And he, like, goes... And he sneezes, and you can see a little drop of blood come out the tip of his nose. He plucks it off and passes it to you. A beautiful little red gem.
All right, and this is supposed to help. How exactly?
It has healing properties.
Okay, yeah, that should help, I suppose. Do I just drop it there, or?
No, you eat it, obviously. What do you think you're supposed to do with blood?
You know what? Just go sit in a corner and have a break. All right, I'll handle this.
Oh, break! That sounds great. Do you know if anyone has any blood around that they're not using? I mean,
well, I certainly have none.
well, yeah, that's why I'm not asking you.
I would prefer if that, you know, you can wait with that until we get to the headquarters, I think.
Okay, fine.
I can ping you out if you want.
No, I'll help. It looks like people are panicking.
Yeah, I'm certain. Hey, Leif, go inside. I'll make sure that these people stay alive.
Good.
Now, jumping back over to Thag and Stronger. Stronger, having roared, is holding the porters at bay. The porters are between Stronger and the way, like the main way he came in out of the station. Thag, on the other hand, is a ways behind Stronger on the train platform, with the porter's luggage trays still barricading him from getting off of the platform completely. However, Thag was thinking about trying to wake her up. Do you have any ideas on that?
I'm trying to be gentle at first, at least.
Yep. Absolutely.
Does that work? Probably not.
No. I should note you can hear Capuchin speaking in a pleasant, even tone. He is pulled, like literally conjured a chair and a desk out of nowhere and is sitting in front of the porters, putting money on the table and negotiating with them.
Well then.
Tomáš, I'm getting a buzzing off you.
Dude, why does this keep happening? But like sometimes it does, sometimes it.
You're good now. So, pardon.
Right.
Any other actions Thag would like to try to take?
Actually, in parallel to trying to wake her up with whatever mundane methods I can think of, I'm going to reach. This might be a stretch, but check my effigy bag for advanced oneiromancy.
That I don't think I can give to you, but if you can think of other books, we can work.
Figured
with
as
that.
much.
Yeah.
It was worth a shot.
It was a good guess. Real quick, while you're thinking, Stronger. After your roar that causes the porter's shards to, at least for the now, be like plastered to the ground. What do you want to do?
What does Stronger think the current biggest threat to him is, given the fact that he probably doesn't have eyes or a tongue anymore?
Yeah, Stronger is having a lot of trouble seeing.
I imagine.
However, he does feel something else, which is partially because he can no longer really see or hear anything particularly well. The feeling of the friendship bracelet on his wrist is stronger than before.
It survived?
Yes, it did.
Awesome. Do you think that would take him out of his rage?
I think it would give him an opportunity to finish Bloodlust if you wanted to.
No, she'd definitely interfere at this point. Not being able to see, hear, or anything, all that he can see is in his mind's eye, and in his mind's eye, a visage of static swirling in fire and paint appears in front of him, and from there, what looks like the entirety of the station appears again, but it's just surrounded in faceless enemies. Not necessarily and they all start charging at him, and he charges at them. Yeah.
And Stronger gets to work, leaping about the station wildly. Now it's at this point that Liv enters, and she's faced with the strange scene of the station and fire in the windows and fire on the train tracks outside. She sees the train boarding, but she also sees the groups of porters, their great glassy bodies catching the light wildly. She sees the group much closer to her, chasing Stronger around the room as he smashes and lunges and crashes into everything. She can see that his eyes are almost completely burned away. But she also sees the barricade that has formed around the mouth of the train track not far away from her, with a couple glints of porters just past that as well. What would she like to do upon entering?
She'd like to look for the middle daughter.
Okay, where does she want to go to do so? She does not see her anywhere initially.
Can she look where Stronger was, like in the path of Stronger's destruction?
Yeah. In the path of Stronger's destruction, after like kind of skirting her way out into the room, she sees no sign of the middle daughter.
Can she do a luck pitch for finding the middle daughter?
What would be a tip off that, or like a clue that you would like to try to get off of a luck pitch?
Maybe because the middle daughter, I don't know that the middle daughter's with the Enclave agent, but I assume the middle daughter would be in a weird situation.
Mm-hmm.
So I assume it would be something bizarre. And being with the Enclave agent, something bizarre is going on around them. So
Okay.
it's more like a break in the flow.
Okay. In that case, there's a lot of glass here. And in a reflection, you would see Thag crouching low past the barricade.
Okay. I go to Thag.
You make your way quickly across the station floor and out onto the platform, and from there, you face the barricade of like trolleys and luggage that the porters had put in place, sealing this platform. You can see, like, you can get your head around. You can see Thag, and you can see him holding the middle daughter, as well as someone who is absolutely an Enclave agent, keeping the porters occupied at a desk that seems to be there for some reason. However, you can't just swing around the luggage barricade because all of the train tracks are on fire, and this would bring you clean into that. You could try to climb over them, of course, but presumably there's something there too.
Pitch about this.
Yeah.
Can I use the walking stick kind of as a pole vault?
I would say not. That's not a luck pitch, but I've already established your skill stat. What's your reflex?
I think one. Let me confirm. No, my resilience is 1. My reflex is baseline.
All right. Is there anything in her past that could lend itself to a little pole vaulty thing like this?
That would be pushing it. I don't have anything written up right now for
In
her.
that
That
case,
would be.
Does she want to try to let this
Probably
thing
not.
rip and try?
Yeah. She definitely has the confidence in the 2+ of will to
Yeah.
be like, I have seen someone pole vault at some point.
Yep.
I can frickin' just throw my body over this.
And taking a couple steps back and rushing forward and planting the staff and leaping, she would land on the other side in what we call in the business a crane. And a crane means she gets 1 foot up, but 1 foot is low. And so she feels her low foot, which would be her right foot, catch fire immediately.
Okay. Can I pitch that she has something like this in
Yeah.
her satchel?
I'm okay with that.
And so she just dumps it on her foot?
Yep. And though this is an esoteric fire, we have seen the laws of physics behave normally for you guys within the dreamscape. And as such, your foot is doused, though you can see that it almost melted through your shoe in the process, leaving the sole flapping around. But you're on the other side past the barricade. Do you want to make your way over to Thag?
Yes, she does.
Thag, you can see Liv quick, like pole vault over, almost make it, climb up, douse herself, and then come hurrying over to you. What would you like to do before or when she arrives?
About time. I've been trying to wake her, but it's no it's no use. Nothing's working. Any ideas?
Any response from Liv?
Sorry, Liv.
Do you need a moment to think? I can give you a moment to think.
Yes,
if you
please.
Want. Sure.
Yes, please.
Stronger. In the midst of pain and movement and motion, you fling yourself around the station. You, however, are starting to feel the weight of your injuries. You are pierced in multiple dozens of places by glass. And while your energy is not flagging, the weight of your wounds is starting to not overwhelm by any means, because the pain is deepening the trance, but is starting to make it such that it is harder to run, even though you have the energy to do so.
What do you think this looks like in his head?
I would say in his head, it might look more to him. Okay, here's an icon for you. Even if he had never seen one of these before, imagine a butterfly collection, perfectly pinned in place. And then Stronger might imagine himself being pinned through in different places. It's an ornate, delicate process, and yet it still is starting to hold him.
Okay. Feeling that, and sensing that, rage and desperation surges in him, and he roars out again, but I think in actual world, only blood probably comes out of his mouth, and maybe some gurgling.
Yeah.
But as he does it, he'll finish that bloodlust, I think.
Yeah.
And heal up, and also give out that wave of spiritual pressure from before.
As you do this, the glass shards in your body are assimilated into it in lieu of blood, as the porters do not have blood.
Ooh.
Your eyes come back to you, as does your tongue. And you can see the absolute carnage of the train station, how you've ripped up like entire sections of seating, and you've smashed ticker boards, and the disembodied legs are just like destroyed pants and shoes flung all over the place. And there are so many shards of glass across the floor, there is more glass than tile. The remaining porters have formed a bit of a perimeter just to keep you at bay, and you can see that the clock face is no longer being plagued by the hands, and time is moving normally. Although, I say normally, for a dream normally. The gloves are nowhere in sight, and you have your back to the way that you got in, the main doors into the station with the great orange-red film beyond.
Do I see any of the other agents that come with me?
And as you kind of like quickly look around, you do not see either Thag or Liv. Unknown to Stronger, they are blocked from sight by the barricade that the porters set up.
Without having seen them or anything, probably feeling the band on his the friendship bracelet on his wrist. Does that make me feel like Liv is closer?
Yes, you feel that Liv is close.
Do I feel like a tug in that direction or anything?
I am going to say yes, but as you do, and you kind of turn towards the platform with the barricade, the friendship bracelet, frayed and battered, would slip from your wrist onto the ground.
With that, I think his fear continues, and he smashes the ground with enough force to cause like a shockwave or something.
And as he slams his foot into the tiles, sending cracks lacing through them, what is he going to do?
He's going to rush into the into the porters, and just barrel through them. And does he still have his cricket bat?
Yes, he does.
Yeah, he's going to turn himself into essentially a fucking windmill, and uh, just swing through them like crazy.
Now, Liv and Thag, do either of you two have actions? You hear Stronger's roars and the smashing noises of him periodically starting and stopping combat.
Liv would like to go into her satchel and take out some smelling salts.
I'm okay with her having smelling salts.
And put them under the nose of the sleeping girl.
And as you can do so, you see that she shifts in her sleep, but even these aren't strong enough by themselves to get her up. As you do so, the group of you hear a shattering noise, and you hear a couple of like gentle metallic chimes and a wooden crunch, and you can see Capuchin, to Liv only known as a obvious Enclave warrior, stepping back from the table. It has been split in half, and he has a group of porters bearing down on him. He is not moving directly towards you, but in your rough direction. As he backs up, he says, I can assure you that my intentions here are, I will not say honorable, but they are not malicious towards you. Your boss and I have gone through a lot together these past months, or however long it's been, and I think we can, at the very least, agree that he underpays you. One of, like a glass shard appears towards his face, and he says, just kidding, as he continues to back up a little more. Actions from Thag or Liv.
Glass shards on the ground.
There are glass shards on the ground.
Liv picks up a glass shard and cuts the girl's hand.
And as you do so, you can see that the girl winces in her sleep. And you hear a faint from her, but her eyes don't open. You hear a shattering noise and a tinkling noise, and you can see that Capuchin is pinned up against like a billboard behind him by glass shards that like stick through his clothing and attach him to it.
Do you have any of that nostrum left? That worked last time.
It was all spent.
It's all spent. Right.
Is by the wayside off cooldown?
Yes, it is.
Liv is going to pick up a what is on fire to make what is caught fire to make everything be burning? Is there like oil around?
No, it is an esoteric fire that burns despite everything.
We're in a train station, so do the trains have oil?
You don't know. The trains don't look like trains, you know what I mean? They're too colorful, too organic looking. But judging by the train that's nearby you guys that looks like it's starting to move, it does have like a locomotive that presumably would have an engine in there.
Okay. Liv is going to get another piece of glass from on the ground.
Yep.
But this time she's using by the wayside on it.
And as she picks it up, what's going to be her paired action?
She is going to think of a time when she was walking barefoot in the desert.
Mm-hmm.
And stepped on a piece of glass due to littering.
Yep.
And she had been high because it was after the famous detour, familiar face, where she was on mushrooms and met an alien. And so this is going to be after that. It kind of took her out of that like trance she was in,
mm-hmm.
and brought her back to herself and was like, ow.
Okay.
So it was very present brain.
And once by the wayside has been infused onto this, what do you want to do?
She's going to cut her other hand.
And as she does so, the girl's eyes fly open. And Liv, and Thag, and Stronger,
Oh no!
and Capuchin are brought back to the living room. Immediately, a lot of things are happening. But before that, let's catch up number 9, because he's going to be the one most to his senses. So, the man is being brought back over to the couch. However, even though the girl in the fireplace has been doused, her head is now past 180 degrees open, leaving just an orb of red-orange like energy inside, almost like a setting sun. You can see that the small girl, whose mind your allies are inside, is still in her ice bath, and the staff, however, is just staring in horror at the eldest daughter.
Okay, so the one that the allies are in is kind of okay for now.
She seems stable for now.
Okay. So far, each time the hands were somehow tied to, fire, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right, everyone, gather up all the ice tubes here and bring me several shovels, spades, spoons, whatever you can find.
You are past, before anything else, a coal shovel for the fireplace, and as well as the 2 of the empty ice baths.
Okay. I will wait for there to be like at least a small crowd of people as like all of them bring in some tools. Okay, are you all ready to fix this mess?
And you hear a few quavering yes from them.
All right. Well, start shoveling the ice in. And
in where?
Well, in the head, of course.
What?
Just do it! We have saved 2 people. How many people have you saved, for fuck's sake?
And as they start to try to shovel ice...
And I explicitly made them bring their own equipment because this 2 arms is instead going to be summoning endless sources of ice.
Oh, shit. That's awesome. Yeah, well, in that case, I am okay with the ice baths refilling to the brims. And as they begin to shovel and shovel and shovel, you hear one of them, who's a little ways behind, because there's only room for so many people around the threshold, yelling, Look, her eyes are opening! About the last one.
Keep shoveling, she is fine, we need to save this one.
And then you hear a sudden thud throughout the room as your allies reemerge. You can see that Liv is sitting again with her feet in the ice bath next to the girl who is waking up. Thag is right next to her. Another man that you haven't seen before is over by a bookcase and slumps down it. And Stronger whirls around in a fury. Immediate actions from number 9.
Is Gerfings of cooldown?
No.
Okay. Where exactly is Stronger porting to?
Stronger is furthest across the room from the rest of you.
And I can clearly see that he's going to start attacking.
Oh, yes. He is completely beside himself and is midway through whirling his body around.
Okay.
Like smashing bookcases in the process.
Is there like a night table next to me or something like that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So the people that are shoveling the ice, I'll turn over the night table to sort of like make a makeshift defense, but this is just a bad action for a shield wall. And I'll shout out to
That's an awesome shield wall.
Yeah. And I'll shout out to Stronger like, Stronger, stay over there! And, stomp my foot again into the ground, summoning a shield wall around him.
Stronger starts wailing into the... You can see the shields buckling from his strength as he does so. And Stronger, to you just feel as though the enemies everywhere have descended into a maelstrom of delirium. You can no longer distinguish reality from fiction, from dreaming, from lies. But then, Stronger, you feel your eyes flickering and you feel a gentle calm rushing over your body. Number 9 can hear Stronger stop moving as much through the shields.
But I don't think number 9 was so convinced it's gonna work, so that's good.
And as he does so, you see Pallid Sal pop his head out through the shield with a long straw going from his mouth behind him towards Stronger. He says,
This guy has a lot of blood.
Yeah, you can talk to him about it.
Well,
maybe he's usually quite nice.
Oh, yeah, I can tell.
he says with a sip.
So does he like take a sip from like what's the blood that's on him, or like does he like?
Oh no, he's drinking Stronger's blood.
Does it look painful to Stronger?
No, it's actually calmed Stronger down substantially.
Whatever. He's going to. He wouldn't actually hurt a fellow Enclave agent substantially, so I'm going to let that slide for now. Do our badges ping or not yet?
And as Stronger says, is pacified, you do all feel your badges ping.
Mm-hmm.
Moreover, however, you can see that the one last girl, despite all of the ice, her head has opened all the way. And in a sudden flash of red light, her body vanishes, and then the orb that remains blinks out of existence.
Well, that didn't work out.
You can hear the hissing of the ice in the fireplace, and the frozen staff who just stare at where she was standing. Final actions will begin with Liv.
Liv looks to the other two and says, good to see ya. And she looks at Sam and says, sorry we couldn't save all three. We did the best we could. I'll be seeing ya, and then pings out.
As you are saying this, Sal, with his mouth full of blood, says, bye, as you ping out. The last Enclave agent has composed himself, and he has strode over the room towards Sal, shakes his hand and says, good to see you again. And then moves over towards Thag and offers a hand.
Yes, thank you for your help.
You are the one who saved us. Or me, at least. Thank you. He looks around to the remainder of you. Stronger is gently dozing on the ground and says, make sure you ping him out, pointing towards Stronger before tapping his own badge. The shield wall has by this point subsided, and Pallid Sal is seated atop Stronger, who is like slumped down in a child's pose on the ground. And Pallid Sal has a long straw that leads clean into the back of Stronger's neck and is just sipping contentedly. He looks around and says,
So, what's next? We going home?
Yes.
Great. I can't wait to go home. I've been missing it. That place was awful.
I think number 9 is just like sitting on the bed, kind of depressed.
Yeah.
I mean, he was really thinking he's going to save this, so.
Yeah. And Sal looks over and says,
Thank you for saving me.
Oh yeah, don't mention it. I do that sometimes.
Do you want a gift? I can make you some muffins or something.
I cannot really digest things anymore, but it would
That's
be a
okay.
nice gist.
That's okay. I can only digest blood. I still eat muffins.
I'll have some muffins, thanks.
Great. Yeah, I'll do it.
Sal reaches down and pings out Stronger and then pings out himself. Final actions from Thag in number 9, as the staff gently mourn the eldest daughter.
Well, you can't always save everyone, I suppose. And number 9 just kind of looks up to see if anyone acknowledges him, but I don't think he's gonna get like stares or anything like that.
You do. You actually see one person is the youngest daughter, who is now awake and looking over towards him.
She seems terrified, I'm assuming.
No, she seems like kind of dozy,
Cool.
to be honest. And just kind of blinks at you.
Yeah, I'll kind of like turn my head, like looking interested, but then like bingo, because
She reaches out a finger to try to touch your eye socket as you are coming out.
it's good. I didn't want to traumatize her, so.
And Thag, final actions from you.
Addressing the room, I just say, I'm sorry for your loss, and then ping out.
And on that note, we will end this batshit mission. Wow, okay. Jesus Christ. All right, I'm going to try to go quick through this on my side. To quickly clarify, the reason that despite number 9's best efforts, that last daughter was not saved was because of the deal that Liv made. It effectively caused the White Glove to intensify its efforts. And since you guys managed to pluck 2 of the family out, it was not going to let go of that third. The second thing I wanted to talk about call-wise was the reason that Pallid Sal drinking from Stronger knocked him out. It is because many mosquitoes and similar animals actually have a numbing agent that is applied when they drink blood. Pallid Sal has a very strong version of that. So he...
Oh, it's so cool. I'm so worried.
Yep. A very good... The nightstand shield wall was such a good idea. I loved that so much. God, I'll go through calls in a moment, but just to quickly review focus words. This was one of the weirdest set of focus words I've ever gotten. Unearthly Agents, Alien Geometries and the Delightful Things That Live There, Combustible Lemmings, and Advent of Unlearning Legacies. Such strange focus words. Because of Unearthly Agents and Advent of Unlearning Legacies, I littered this mission with references to my past missions. Like, I can count 10 references to past missions. Capishem, Regulus, and Pallid Sal are all characters I have played before as NPC Enclave agents. Migda was a thing, the White Gloves were a thing, all of these I just pulled in a shit ton of stuff, but because of Advent of Unlearning Legacies was just a very impactful focus word for me, I did a couple things on this mission I would literally have never allowed as a Legacy host, and I am deliberately trying to break out of them. The big ones being that I had Pallid Sal break the 4th wall when it comes to stats. That was a big one. Just felt appropriate for that character. But also, I sent you guys in missing a lot of information that normally I would have given you. And on top of that, you managed to avoid this, but there was a way to play this mission that would have actually had to make you come up against the Enclave agents as enemies. Reason being is part of the reason the girls and the father's minds were opening is because they were trying to find a way out. And so if you had just tried to close the mines again to save the girls, then the agents would have been like, oh, that's our way out. And who are you guys? You are some weird dream monster that the White Gloves are using to trick us and actually attack you. And it is a cardinal rule that I've gone by a lot in the past, that Enclave squads should never fight each other. But I mean, obviously, infighting is one thing, but 2 squads with opposite dynamics. But yeah, I tried to break that one on this one. Didn't end up going that way because of the way that you ended up going about it, though. Other things I wanted to say, Alien Geometries...
That being said, sorry to interrupt, but I was absolutely going to, after doing the ice thing, I was absolutely going to put like a pharaonic mask on top of the guy, on top of the last person, so that the head cannot like physically view it.
That's such a clever idea. That's such a clever idea. The other thing I wanted to say, Alien Geometries, blah, 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 that was pretty obvious. Unearthly Agents just meant that I had to have you guys going into an esoteric realm to save Enclave agents. And then Combustible Lemmings, not only was the fire motif, but also, I don't know if you noticed this part, but when they started like sleepwalking with their minds opening, they went for fire. And that was the way that the White Glove would take them, is by burning them alive.
Yeah.
So... obviously, very complicated mission, tons of moving parts. If you guys have questions about calls that I made or plot elements, please ask. I'm happy to share.
What is the White Glove?
I'm not going to say.
Dare you?
Other questions?
I'm also quite confused. Didn't we save 3 out of 4 people?
You saved 3 out of 4 plus the 3 Enclave agents. But Liv had promised 3. And the White Gloves only got 1. And so that last one, it was absolutely not going to be letting go of. And it's largely due to Stronger absolutely fucking up the White Gloves that were in the train station, that it wasn't able to take 2.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Other questions about calls and plot elements?
I think it would have been better if we went our separate ways since the beginning.
I was actually kind of intending it. I thought that you would.
I also thought I would, yeah. I kind of thought we would like split into 2 teams at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason why I decided to do that is because I don't think like number 9 would genuinely want Stronger to go anywhere alone. But besides that...
Yeah, I thought that you guys would be in at least 2 heads at once. And I kind of designed each region to be kind of like well suited to 2 of you, like roughly speaking, right? Like the attic.
So, was the attic for me?
The attic was for number 9 and Liv. That was like in my mind. I thought they would take to it quite well. Thag maybe as well. And then the station I thought would be mostly like a Stronger and number 9 thing, because it was the one with the most combat. And then
what is the one? So, what is the one that we missed?
Should I tell you? Yeah, I guess I would. So it was the station, the attic, the meadow, and then the school. And the school was the last one. Other questions for me?
What? How did the? Why was the environment so like in the first place? In the meadows, why was it so accommodating to Stronger?
So it was not. It was trying to lull him into a false sense of security and kill him.
Oh.
Is the summary, right?
How did it get him to the gloves?
Pardon?
Why did it take him to the gloves?
Oh, it didn't want to take him to the gloves, but at that point, when you started fighting, it wanted to take him to the gloves, but when you started fighting it, it was like, oh shit, this thing's actually a problem, and then just like threw it in there. Like for want of a better term, you like if you had been hostile from the beginning, it would never have brought you to the gloves, because you would have been a threat. But by the time it was already transporting you there, you were causing problems, and so it's like, oh shit, get this thing out of here. Like, so had you been hostile from the beginning, it would never have brought you there. It would just try to crush you, right? But yeah, that was the nature of that particular enemy. Because every single region had like 5 different enemies that I was vaguely considering, and that was like the main one over there. But then the picture frame recurring motif as well. One other thing I will say, just to be a douche, it was technically possible to save everyone and destroy the white gloves, or at least make sure that it wouldn't be a problem anymore. And it was actually something that any single one of you could have done from the very beginning of the mission, but there is not a single chance in fucking hell that I would have expected any of you to do it. So...
Can we know that, or is it?
No,
is it a secret?
You cannot know it. I just want to be a douche. So, to briefly go through everyone. First of all, Thag. I was hoping that you would do some like Dreamtime stuff on this mission, and your quick effigy at the beginning kind of led me in that direction. I'd say there was a bunch more territory for fun facts that you might have been able to pull off on this one.
Probably.
Yeah, it was a tricky esoteric one. That was another element from the focus words that you gave me. Is in Legacy we had quite a few more esoteric missions than we did in Advent, and I've been purposely trying to avoid them. But on this one, I just got the right set of focus words, so whatever. But yeah, I would say that for Thag, I thought that your positioning was quite good, and I thought that the fireproof gloves were a fun little twist. I completely forgot you had those. And so overall, I'd say that Thag's main advantage on this one was getting roughly where he needed to be pretty much every time he needed to be there, even if he ended up needing to combo with teammates to get him out. Second of all, Liv, I think that your luck pitches on this one were quite solid. I think Fork in the Road could have been a huge boon, especially when you were doing your own fall asleep thing. But your own fall asleep thing was super duper freaking cool. I loved the way that you set that up. I liked your solution for waking up the girl at the end with I got out of a trip because I stepped on a piece of glass. That's actually really clever. I will give you full props for that one. That was tight. But best part for me by far and away was the familiar face on the ticket. That was really sick. Nicely done.
That's awesome.
And that prompted you to do the falling asleep thing, which was okay. One of the reasons you may notice the white gloves at first were more threatening than they became later, and a big part of that was because Liv majorly distracted them. and drew their attention and their power away, especially from the attic. The attic was where they were at their weakest.
Yeah, the attic was kind of chill.
Yeah, the attic was kind of chill. Minus the fucking picture frames. And number 9. Not only is he always comic relief, and on a very intense mission like this, that was quite good. I thought your combat in the first sequence on the meadow was quite cool. The bit in the attic was funny as hell, and then also just like quite a compelling little fight up there with the Gara things and fighting with Sal and all that. It was just enjoyable. And then at the end, I actually thought that there were some really great moves you did, and had you guys not already rescued so many of them, I actually think it would have worked. The gloves were just too concentrated at that point. I really liked this outing for number 9. I also thought it was kind of brilliant coincidence that he ended up buddying up with Sal for so long, because they're just such a funny duo.
Oh my god, I love them together. I love them together so much. It's so great.
Yeah. And then it's a shame you guys didn't get to see more of Regulus and Capuchum, because those two are classics. But I'm glad you got to see Pallet Sal, because he's super fun.
I think number 9 didn't actually hate him that much, especially after they got out of the attic. But like, obviously, he's never going to admit that. So
yeah, of course.
He's gonna be grumpy.
Yeah. God damn it. And lastly, Stronger. When I was designing this mission, I was like, ooh, I bet Stronger's going to do something interesting because he's technically a thought form. And that didn't disappoint. You had fantastic combat sequences. I would say that you climbing into the glove and punching it around the room inside of it was really sick. That was just such a cool image. I think this is my first time hosting for Stronger. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that combat...
I think you've only hosted asshole characters.
Yeah, and those combat sequences were just great. Plus, great uses of your will, like your spirit and your will. In general, I wanted to make this mission a playground for spirit and will stats, because a lot of you guys have them. And I feel like Stronger made great use of it, especially with the friendship bracelet stuff. That was awesome too. Just a lot of really great moves, and I feel like you, as Stronger, were able to interface with the dreamscape more effectively than anyone else through things like envisioning and then punching ahead of you, like that sort of stuff. Like, part of it was because I was letting you get away with stuff as a thought form to some degree, but even beyond that, anyone could have done that. And I feel like you approached it the best.
I had so many moves ready for the last person. I was going to like literally self-insert myself into the dream from the outside by using gear things to shout stuff into their ears.
That's so cool. Yeah, that I totally could have done something too. Yeah, that's sick. So, in summary, brilliantly done. Do you guys have any final thoughts or questions for me or each other or more broadly?
Can we do it again?
Yeah.
This was excellent.
The exact same mission for a second time.
Yeah. Sorry, Xela,
This mission has used all these focus words twice.
This was excellent.
Oh, thank you. I'm very glad to hear.
That was fun.
Yeah. Again, esoterics are something I recommend only doing very sparingly. But once in a while, they're a fun little kick of spice, on top of everything else. As long as people don't get sick of them. In that case, I think it's time for us to come to a close. I very much appreciate you all taking the time. And in the same order you introduced yourselves, which was, I think, Xela, Hrafn, Mal, Tomáš, give yourself a little outro, and then we'll close off.
Hi, I've been Xela, and I had a great time playing Live today.
I have been and still remain Hrafn. I have fun. Looking forward to the next mission.
I've been Mal. It's been for now, and bye.
I also still remain Tomáš. I hope you guys have had fun, and yeah, good night from me, because it's midnight over here. So
beautiful. Bye. And on that note, my name has been Robbie Howell, and ciao for now.